This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to glean and have such an ulterior motive for putting me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come above board to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader? Don't remember his name. You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now these people are in very high positions, Jack. Yes.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 347. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, we are following up, I think, with a little bit of a companion episode to last week's one about the fallen Oystergruppenführer of Maine. In the spirit of being a little bit bipartisan, I think in this election year, we had I think we uprooted the dark origins of one sexed out mercenary mass murdering freak in the Democratic race. I think we got so focused on that it wasn't until this week that we realized there are some other operators afoot in other political races.
Yes.
And including in the Republican Party that match the freak of Graham Plattner, and actually, to be honest, probably exceed it in terms of just being an absolute maniac. Of course, we are.
Yeah, although the parallels are quite striking in many ways. Yeah,
I would definitely like to. Yeah, I think it's stressing. We can harp on some of the parallels, I think, as we go through it. But yeah, a longtime listener of the show DM'd me a few days ago and humbly suggested that we should probably take a look into this new rising political star in the great state of Colorado. Who I guess in the last month, unlike Graham Plattner, well, actually, like Graham Plattner, but without the dropping out afterwards, won the GOP gubernatorial primary in Colorado and is now the official Republican nominee going into the fall election. This man named, kind of somewhat hilariously, Victor Marx.
And his father's name is literally Karl Marx with a
K. Right.
If
you're to say the son of Karl Marx has, won the Republican nomination for governor in Colorado in 2026.
Yes.
If you went back in a time machine.
On a platform of fighting demonic possession.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
I mean, you were saying before we started recording that, what is this, sort of like a trial balloon for, a certain strain of politics? I don't know if this is exactly what you meant, but I do feel like there are a number of, more prominent political figures or personalities on the right who kind of play around with sort of the idiom that Victor Marx excels in of kind of spiritual warfare.
Mm-hmm.
Like Tucker Carlson is an example. I was just saying not too many episodes ago that I feel like he talks about the spiritual nature of politics maybe too much to enter the presidential arena or whatever, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Vance is just defending his aversion of the ultra-terrestrial hypothesis on Joe Rogan.
Tucker does come on a little strong for an Episcopalian, to talk about demonic possession. But I think, what's interesting on the right is actually that has become so ubiquitous that even some people on the right that have been fierce critics of Victor Marx also speak in the language of, spiritual warfare and demonic possession, though they have some disagreements about, I think a lot of, Candace, for one, Candace Owens, one of the biggest shooters to go after Victor Marx, and we'll break down, because she's a vector for a lot of the criticisms of him being sus. I mean, I have to say, and right up front, Candace is a big influencer who's had a crazy career and has been tight with all kinds of sus people. Nowadays, she's in her anointed era. Obviously after the death of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, she's certainly lacking the critical aspect of critical paranoid, but she's paranoid, I guess.
She's paranoid, and I think not like without justification. I still think the Charlie Kirk assassination was weird, right? And other thing, and
but I don't know if he was a time traveler or that he could control electricity.
He was an indigo child or whatever.
Like
I mean, she throws out certain things like that, and then maybe doesn't revisit them, and it's just kind of like, okay. So big grain of salt with.
There's some kind of cult revolving around bees that is like a major player in all of this.
But Candace is Catholic. Tucker is technically Episcopalian, but it's a little different. He also he almost gestures at sounding like a trad-cath sometimes, and obviously is like friendly with some of those people. But they are kind of you could see a split between turbo Christian Zionism, like even turbo evangelical Christian Zionism that is just completely all in on Israel, and then this other faction of the right that has become critical. Now, we could we could debate how much of this is a pro wrestling kayfabe kind of thing. It does seem though that they are staking their reputations on capturing that growing market segment of younger conservatives who think Israel's sus. It's very much becoming a bipartisan thing. So there's a market to be had there. And so maybe it's seeing where the wind is blowing and going with it and whatever. But, so there's been some...
Also, part of it is again, the existence of this phenomenon doesn't excuse anything that Israel has done. I mean, if you listen to the show, about our attitude on this subject, but I mean, someone like Tucker, you can kind of I think there's no argument there. There's another dimension to it than kind of a principled opposition to genocide or
yes.
As a Christian, I think it's wrong to murder anybody. He also got upset that remember his outrage that someone had sued a country club in order to be allowed in as a Jewish person.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, he literally called it disgusting.
Yeah. No. I mean, that's a great example.
It's a club. The club should be able to allow in whoever they want.
It's a great example that he has a little bit of that much older, waspier anti-Semitism, I think, bouncing around in his brain a little bit, given his blue blood background and his outrage that Jews sued his, South Florida WASP country club to, let Jewish people in. And
it wasn't even
disgusting.
His club. It was he was in a makeup chair going on his show, and someone,
told him about it.
Said that to him, and he was like, what? That's anathema to me.
Right. That's
yeah.
This isn't the country my ancestors fought and died for.
Exactly.
They're buried in my backyard.
Exactly.
He's a son of the American Revolution for sure, and he has that bristling kind of quality of why are so many of their kids getting into the Ivy Leagues? I hate this, kind of thing. So there is that going on, and I think mixed with this is where the wind is blowing, and maybe even a somewhat genuine kind of perspective that Trump is detonating his own populist reputation by being so slavishly devoted to Israel.
To underscore with respect to him, Tucker in particular. I don't know if Candace is like this. I honestly interact or with clips of Candace or see Candace less. So I have less of a more ambient conception of what she's going on, what's going on her show. But I think Tucker, he really is kind of, you already can see the gears turning where he's using that angle to campaign for JD Vance and try to redirect that energy towards JD.
He didn't want this war, that kind of thing. I mean, didn't JD just go on Joe Rogan?
Know for a fact he's under extreme pressure.
Yeah.
I can't talk about it. I can't tell you. I don't I wasn't there. I wasn't in the room, but there are people who have been coming after him, and it's just how it is.
I do think it's interesting. Everybody from Tucker
using spells.
Everybody across the board. Think about the almost the strongest ace up the sleeve of JD Vance is the amount of huge platform podcasters and streamers that he is quote unquote friends with. Right? You got Tucker. You got Joe Rogan, even Tim Dillon, who often kind of gestures as more anti-Peter Thiel, like a little more left sometimes. You know, he of course he used to be a Bernie supporter, whatever, but like he like has dinner with JD Vance, you know, like periodically and stuff. Like they're like friendly, and it's like, you know, I could see maybe there's a common Thiel thread running through all these people a little bit, perhaps. I actually don't know how much Tucker ever like fired shots at Peter Thiel by name and like called him out with his full chest. Or does he kind of just pretend Peter Thiel is off in a corner, not relevant?
He probably did the thing that he does with everyone like that, where it's like, I know Peter, I like him, I think he's an incredibly intelligent man, but
I don't agree with everything.
Interesting,
like, you know, yeah, exactly.
He said something very strange to me, which was that he was going to a coven. No, you know, like, I was like, what?
But you could see
I mean, nothing against him. I think that he's, you know, I think he's a very important person. I've campaigned for him, you know, like whatever. But,
But so, you know, there are the intra right-wing intrigues like going on there. So, you know, we have to look at all the evidence that's, you know, brought up by like Candace is like maybe she has her own specific agenda. But nonetheless, I feel like with a character like Victor Marx, like you can almost put aside Candace's like personal bias because the facts start to pile up on their own. It's kind of like how just because somebody wrote an article about how Graham Plattner is a rapist and they're like a neo-lib New York Times person, so therefore you shouldn't even, like, everything they write in their article must be fake and disregarded on political grounds. Like, you just cannot believe it. Like, I don't subscribe to that method of critical reading and like analysis.
It literally doesn't make any sense. It's literally like the, you know, Hitler drank water type of like negative polarization reasoning.
Right,
where, like,
right.
People are like, well, this person agrees with you. Yeah,
right. We got to keep our cool when, like, and not get negatively polarized and like, because that is like a dialectical way of how they control everybody into little groups, right?
Totally. I mean, that really is the fundamental aspect of like thinking critically or like, you know, making decisions for oneself. Like, obviously, it's like a complicated thing where you have to develop like a rigorous methodology whereby you can actually assess information, and like it, you know, everyone is like susceptible to this, like to an extent, you know, like no one is a major sort of psychological and social factor, but like, you know, otherwise you're not, like, you're just kind of, you know, deciding to believe things based on what the people around you believe, you know, or like, but based on what is like socially advantageous to you, you know, like if you can get intimidated out of like, you know, having like a principle, something that's consistent with your values, or, you know, whatever, because someone else thinks it, or because someone you hate thinks the opposite or whatever, then like, you know, you can't like operate that way. I understand the temptation, like, you know,
well, social media reinforces it like every day,
right?
Right?
Agreement with people who you dislike, but it just has to happen.
Yeah. So I think, you know, we like, because that's probably what. Like much like the Graham crackers, like defending Graham Plattner would try to discredit all of like his blood-soaked resume and history of like psychotic and abusive and just like shit dirtbag like behavior as like Dem or Zio lies. It's like, well, it'd be a different case if they were making up things that really seemed like totally off base and like weren't real, and then like a political enemy is making up something and you look at the evidence and it just is like doesn't add up, and then you can be like, okay, that's a politically motivated attack. I know why they're doing it, and there's no evidence to back up the substance of it, so therefore maybe I'm not going to take this. But like sometimes political operators attack each other in these like, you know, intramural cat fights. They attack each other with real information because our system is incredibly corrupt from up and down, and probably like there's a good chance that people who decide they need to be a senator or need to be a governor, especially out of nowhere, like there's this ambient almost like beyond partisan psyop that like a regular old man who's just sick of all the corruption and wants to run to make a change for people. It's like, you should trust this person because they haven't been involved in a political machine formally. And like, judging by the career of Victor Marx and Graham Plattner, no, you fucking can't like trust them to be less sicko than we all know the problems with people that have like given over their souls and their lives to the political machines of America, right? Like, yes, they're like bad in so many ways. But there is this kind of thing of, oh yeah, he's an outsider. We can trust him, and it's like, no, this kind of career selects for narcissists and psychopaths and deeply corrupt people. So there often is going to be, if people are throwing mud at each other, the mud is going to be like real. Like it's going to be like they actually did do some shady bullshit and blah, blah, blah. But then people get on their sports teams and they don't want to admit that their side like is also sus, and they get in the sus Olympics kind of race of like, well, what you did was so much work, like you sent Graham to Iraq, Susan, like, or some shit.
Yeah.
And like then it falls into like this stupid team sport thing where everybody involved kind of gets to get away with a lot of shit because their own side like won't hold them accountable at all. And even with all of the grains of salt and I don't completely trust Candace, like she's got her angles and whatever, I did feel watching her extremely adversarial interview with Victor Marx from like a month ago. I forget if it was just before or after the primary, but if it was before, goddamn, he survived it and narrowly won. But like it did make me feel like, wow, like compared to the left, like we don't have this. Even this, which might be a little bit of theater.
Is she kind of the Brianna of the, of the right? Like she's,
well, here's the thing, though. Like,
among her camp,
well, yeah, maybe, but like also Brianna. Did Brianna ever get to interview Graham Plattner and put hard questions to him? Fuck no, right?
I guess that's true.
Anybody that had any whiff of being critical, like on the left of Graham Plattner, and as well as like more. A lot of centrist, like liberal outlets or whatever, like they were very selective about who he went on podcasts or interviews with, so that every single media appearance of his is a completely fawning softball, like blowing sunshine up his ass and spinning things to be the most positive like version of events, at letting him tell his little spin version of why he's grown and he's better and all these other things. And nobody like brought up, you said you like loved killing people and you would have fought in like every U.S. war of occupation and conquest of all time. Like, do you still feel that way? Or, like how long were you a mercenary? You said you went once, but then like now the nation is saying that you were in Blackwater for 6 years and, all this other stuff. Like it, like they didn't even, you could have attacked him on so many fronts of being like an insincere weirdo, or like you went to the Hodges school. Why do you like LARP as a working class why do you use that language that like you've never been close to power or money? And yet your dad gave you $200,000 to buy a house. Your grandfather.
How did you even get scouted if you have no proximity to power at all? Like, obviously, I didn't just like go through an index of every small business owner and or veteran in Maine.
Yeah.
And like you just go down the list alphabetically.
Yeah, like you
someone recommended you.
You got
probably one of your DC contacts, like or Ryan Grimm or something.
Right. Like you went to George Washington University. You're a bartender in Georgetown. You knew Ryan Grimm for years. You dated political operatives. Like, how are you really not like a political person until right now, or like have you always wanted to? Because you went to one of the most elite prep schools in the country. By the way, why did you leave Hotchkiss? Did something bad happen? None of those questions were ever asked, So like he was able to just sail through, and then had his little online shooters and bot armies and little graham crackers and big media people like Ryan Grimm and Chris Hayes and the Pod Johns, like kind of, he very selected group of people. I think maybe Democracy Now! Gave him a little nice interview. Like, so, Hassan was shouting him out. Like, so he only ever got to interact pretty much with like really sympathetic like reporters or leftists that like stand him already and were in on the project of like defending him at all costs. So like watching Candace like get in like a fight with this guy, and then this guy doing like Darvo tactics like back at her, and then they're like, basically she's kind of just like to his face being like, I think you're sus, like I think you're sus, and like blah blah blah, and like it's a sign that like the left media ecosystem has like a softness and a sycophancy problem, like really big time.
Maybe there is like a little bit of an imbalance. I feel like it kind of varies, because they certainly that phenomenon does exist on the right for sure, like where they have like their like pet people.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, Victor Marx mostly goes on that for sure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, definitely. I would say it is true that like there's a little bit more like sort of careful handling and like oven mitts like on the left. I don't know what the cause of that is or why. Maybe it's like sort of I don't know. It's hard to say why.
Well, I mean,
I'm
it's
not
funny
sure. Like,
because
just a slight. There's like a slight difference, I would say. But yeah,
it's funny because there's like a similar similar dynamic going on where there is to some degree like an intramural fight on both the institutions of the right and the left about supporting Zionism and supporting Israel, and Candace is on the side of, at least ostensibly on the, like, I'm sussed out by Israel, I'm skeptical of them, we should, blah, blah, blah. And then on the left, Graham Plattner is allegedly, the anti-Zionist candidate. But, actually, that's questionable. But everyone who identifies as being, critical of Israel in, left journalism takes him completely at face value. And just is like, oh, he's on my side of that issue. Therefore, we must defend him.
A repeat of this with the successors to Plattner. I was watching, who in fact I think that Brianna herself was promoting. What was the
Troy Jackson?
Her name? No,
there's a woman who was Plattner's chosen. Picked, he recommended this one woman as
Kashama Sawant.
Oh wait, no, she's in Washington. She's in a different state. But Brianna has been promoting Kashama Sawant very heavily as come on, nobody is she's not being invited on Drop Site News or being hyped up as a socialist candidate.
Why are people promoting Plattner and not her? I saw an interview with her where she was asked about BDS and
right. I saw that.
Actually, in the last couple of days, I have seen people float the idea of sanctions to some of these people, which I had never seen before. So credit where it's due. That was something that I was where is the discussion of sanctions? BDS should be the thing people are pushing. I have seen that a little bit more lately, but I mean, it was brought up to her and she gave a terrible answer.
I agree
about how that would alienate a boycott or
you have to understand that there are Israeli leftists and workers in Israel, and
small and embattled left, but they do. It's okay, all right, yeah.
And I think that was on Brianna's show, right?
I don't remember who show it was on.
But I think to her credit, she was come on, what,
I think that the Israeli working class needs to get with the program. If they're gonna be lost by sanctions at this point, then they're not really the left at all.
Right. But, I kind of don't care of how they feel about their country doing a genocide. Sorry, you live in a country doing a genocide. That's what happens to you. You'll get sanctioned.
Yeah, exactly. But so and then you saw the same thing with Ro Khanna a couple days ago.
Yeah, where he tacoed real hard out of, I guess, people are saying, oh, Jeremy Scahill, he's hardcore, because
he was radicalized by Hamas.
He was radicalized by Hamas,
yeah. He became radicalized.
Right. I mean,
come on.
Scahill's in business with Ryan Grimm, which is, I'm sorry, already a red flag. I feel like he's a guy who...
How much longer, but...
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, I think he is more sincerely, leftist and feels more anti-imperialism in his bones than Ryan Grimm ever has, but he's still a guy who was plucked from the kind of foundation left little pond in the early 2010s and given a very plum job at The Intercept, Pierre Omidyar's Intercept for years.
That's why it's so absurd, I think.
Yeah.
That's it's not like he is talking to with Abu Ubaidah or something, across from him he's talking to Jeremy Scahill. It's not Khalid Mashal, it's Jeremy Scahill, just this dude, a journalist, basically kind of a sort of time reverse Glenn Greenwald back to 2010, is basically what we're dealing with in terms of Jeremy Scahill. And so the fact that he was kind of portrayed as being so extreme and beyond the pall, and Ro Khanna is just gotta do. Yeah, he's got to be reasonable. He's got to do takia.
He's got to be like Lincoln, and lie to everybody about how abolitionist he is, and then be no, but he's really on our side. That they were definitely. Ryan Grimm thought that was a beautiful answer and amazing, and you could see maybe a little bit of tension between them of their what direction their project is going to go in, which is also totally funded by another billionaire's daughter, Nika Sunxiang. Her father owns the LA Times now, which has taken a very politically ambiguous line on lots of issues. They do seem to be a little bit pro-Palestine leaning for the billionaire class, but other than that, they're like kind of biotech libertarian type people that, and you know, there was like a. There were some things connected, like Patrick Soon-Shiong popped up in the Epstein files in like a weird context that I wasn't able to really like break down. But it was like, wasn't it like recording a bunch of people's like eye color or something, and like keeping like a database of like various powerful people and like their eye color? It had like a weird like eugenics like vibe to it. I don't know, but he's like a South African biotech guy. And you know, like again, like yeah, like everyone just
that
acts
is
like
a eugenics thing, right? Where they had that like one eye color that's like, you know, they're like labeled like A14,
yeah,
like whatever. And they're like, are you
like
A51?
the ultimate Aryan eye color or something.
Exactly.
I mean, the Soon-Shiongs are like Asian, I think Chinese South Africans, I think technically. But nonetheless, like kind of ambiguous. Like, you know, people were not vigilant about Pierre Omidyar in the 2010s. They still aren't. They still give everybody a pass who worked for that enterprise. And you know, despite its its suspicious track record of intercepting various leaks and getting the leakers thrown in prison and burying away like 99% of the Snowden files, which was the whole point of launching The Intercept, was to like systematically release like articles with evidence about like mass surveillance, and then they just like kind of gave up on that after like a year and just like, yeah, whatever. And then I don't even know who has that archive anymore, you know, like, so they you know, they chumped out of that. Interesting. And you know, Pierre Omidyar, he's connected to the, you know, he's sort of the left wing of the PayPal mafia, along with people like Reid Hoffman, you know, who the LinkedIn founder, who had very close ties to Epstein. It's just like, you know, and the idea that we're not supposed to notice these things from our most epic new overnight like boom news outlet drop site that pops up out of nowhere, like very well funded, very well promoted on social media with these Intercept guys, like that on one hand like have some right on investigative journalism about like Israeli crimes in Gaza, but then it's almost like they buy your credibility. They stack the credibility up with those articles and then slip in some like bullshit, and then everyone at Dropsite like uncritically defends Grant Plattner as like an epic leftist, you know, and then the people that believe in it because they've been, you know, reading its Palestine war coverage. Like, I mean, some people, to be fair, have been like, I'm canceling my Dropsite subscription. Like, wow, they're sus. Like, you know, like a lot of people I think have had an appropriate reaction to that whole imbroglio. But there still are others that are like, you know, where I hear things like, Jeremy, you have to like break away from Ryan Grimm. Like, you have to make Dropsite, like, he's a bad influence on Dropsite. Like, you know, you got to keep it a fearless and free journalistic publication, blah blah blah. And it's like, they are part, like, Ryan Grimm kind of is Dropsite. Like, he's the most visible face of it. Like, he is Dropsite, like, from the jump. It's not like, you know, these guys don't know each other, right? So yeah, I forget how we got onto the left comparison, but you know, just kind of comparing the there's some people on the right, even the, you know, the other gubernatorial primary candidates, that both said they weren't going to endorse Victor Marx if he won because he's a psycho, a fraudster, insane, and like has no qualifications.
Yeah.
So like, even, you know, the party establishment, even in this MAGA era, like, and I don't know if Trump, I actually would be interested, I didn't get to look up if Trump had given him an endorsement or anybody in that race, or if he kind of just let it play out. But, you know, it was basically two MAGA pastor type guys, and then a woman who has been like a county official and like a government, you know, career government
like a
person.
State senator or something, right?
Or like a county manager, like one of those types of positions, like a county supervisor type thing. So, you know, she's balanced budgets. She understands it's a purple state, so you can't, like, she said she wouldn't arrest mayors of sanctuary cities for like refusing to cooperate with ICE, but the other two candidates were basically like, yes, we would do that, and she's like, I'm not going to do that. So she was, you know, the quote-unquote more sensible one, right. But she was denounced, like, you could see in the YouTube comments of the debate, like, denounced as a fucking rhino piece of shit, like, she's, you know, blah blah blah. And, you know, in a three-way race, she lost by like 2,500 votes, by like 0.5%, and Victor Marx edged her out, you know, by just a little bit, a little under 40%, and the other pastor who seemed more obsessed with trans issues specifically, but also said that Victor Marx personally scammed his church. And he like thought he was a scumbag and like would never support him. He got like 20%. So actually, it's kind of disturbing because if there hadn't been a third MAGA pastor, like a super right-wing MAGA pastor in the race, it is possible, like given that he was much closer to Victor Marx's politics, that if it was just a two-person race, that Victor Marx might have even won by like a healthier margin rather than the reverse.
Yeah.
It's not like it was necessarily a fluke of the three-way race that the MAGA vote was split. This guy like probably would have gotten more, like at least a little bit more of the other guy's vote than Barb. I
was just looking at the
one.
Wikipedia for the California gubernatorial election of 2026, looking at the vote totals, and I noticed that the Unity Party, is also going to participate in this election, and their candidate, Jeff Peckman, is a UFO disclosure activist and
California
practitioner of transcendental meditation.
California, if you look at the entire ballot of like the 50 people that file,
I mean Colorado.
Oh, sorry, Colorado. California
like
has
same,
that too.
Oh no, I'm sure.
Of like like chemtrails activists like running for governor or something like that. So he won, and I'd say his I think Phil Weiser is I think he's the Attorney General of Colorado, and he's kind of the normal Democratic pick that, has the correct resume for such a job. And it's like, I feel like in what is probably going to be a little bit of a blue wave election this year, I think that, the odds of Victor Marx actually winning are low. But the fact that he got this far is kind of like, I do think it's a little bit of like a canary in the coal mine, or like an interesting data point of where we are at in 2026 with the people that are being elevated to like statewide and federal political office, and also in conjunction with people like Plattner, who was a kind of a version of this on the left, though. I mean, Victor Marx is like much more like overtly insane, which kind of goes with the audience he's like appealing to. But like this kind of a non-politician,
they really
who's
are
a veteran.
Like the sort of like the affect or like kind of the brand is like very similar. It's just like the sort of like policies and like the obviously like. Yeah, the sort of branding of like, I'm an outsider, I'm just like you, I'm not, part of the establishment, like I, have like your priorities, and like I have, I'm a veteran, I fight terrorists, and that's why, I'm serious, like I'm a killer, I'm an operator.
Appeal to your killing years in the Middle East and your military
I'm not
service.
A smooth groin, I'm a dangerous gentleman.
Very kind of sexually charged guy, given his, especially given his religious like affiliations and stuff. Like he's got that kind of horny pastor kind of energy going on with his wife, who's like his business partner, Eileen. I've seen some of the Attack Oppo like articles of like Victor Marx is like perversely obsessed with sex like all the time, and is always like making references to like him and Eileen getting it on good or something like that. Like, at various things, and like it's this little like odd, and even the way that, because this is another thing we've talked about before, that when we start to get into the very weird history of Victor Marx, it's very similar to another phenomenon I think we talked about in Q&As of Operation Underground Railroad, right? And what was the guy's name? Ballard?
Yeah, that's like the sort of like Epstein class politics is another thing where it's like, like, oh, I'm going to go after these people.
That's the left-wing version of it.
Yeah,
we got to get rid of this Epstein class, and then the right-wing version is sending a bunch of weird operator Christian missionaries to third world countries to like vaguely rescue children from human trafficking gangs or something. Like this, what is it? The Sound of Freedom, right? Is the movie that was made about, and that guy's career got fucked up by like sexual harassment charges and lawsuits, and people that, remember, we kind of unpacked this whole nest of like, and lying about like the way you were quote unquote rescuing children, and like even kind of like going into third world situations and inserting yourself and like paying locals to like bring you like almost like they were procuring kids like under the guise of saying they were rescuing them. Like just very odd, reckless kind of sus stuff, which I guess, often is can be par for the course for this kind of evangelical Christian missionary industry that operates in so many different countries. And Victor Marx was that's kind of what his bag was. More than being a pastor of a church, he was a pastor of a ministry that did missionary work abroad. And like that is kind of his bread and butter. And he'd raise money from churches to fund his adventures, right?
Exactly, yeah. There's also a little bit of a Coney 2012 sort of vibe to some of this, too.
Actually, we'll get to that. I mean, there's some very spicy allegations and intrigues that we'll cover a little down the line here about his alleged work in Haiti over the last few years. That there's some weird allegations around like what he was doing with alleged orphanages that he was helping run, and gun smuggling, and like this guy kind of does have like PTK'd evangelical like CIA asset missionary vibes a little bit. I mean, he has a lot of like close ties with like the special operator, ex-CIA community, blah blah blah, like these guys often do. And some of the things that like people that did business with him allege that like he sort of asked them to do or said he was involved in sound pretty spooky, to say the least. But yeah. So I'm looking at the movie that I sent you, his like biographical documentary from 2012.
Yeah, it starts off with like a truly amazing, like honestly, it's like a Tommy Wiseau-esque scene.
It's so good.
Of like a this kind of like very like chud like male fantasy where he like is attacked by like thugs.
He's with a woman in an elevator, and these two thugs get in.
And he plays himself in this.
He does.
It's him and his wife. Yeah,
it's very James Bond coded. He's like wearing a tuxedo.
Yes.
And
I don't know, where they're supposed to be going. I guess they're going to like a party. I don't know, like a black tie occasion. But
and they say like give us all your stuff and give us the girl. And then they like, pull a gun out in his face, and then he's like, "You sure you want to do that?" Because as he often reminds people, he allegedly holds the world record for fastest gun disarm in the entire world. Like that was his like he comes from a martial arts background, but like that's his like specialty is like quickly like snatching a gun that's like in your face and whatever. And he like he claims he has the world record, so it's like, you sure you want to point that gun in my face? And it's like,
you can have the money, but you don't want the girl. And then his wife is like, what do you mean? And he's like, honey, I didn't, it's like kind of like there's a little comedy bit.
Oh yeah, it's kind of funny.
Where they kind of are like, because like they're not sweating about it because they're both like
badass
Kenpo masters or whatever.
Right,
and,
like, Cajun Karate.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
And he disarms the thug and beats both of them up in like a 5-minute long martial arts sequence, like a Steven Seagal style like elevator fight. And then they kind of like walk out and like make a little joke, and then he like walks into
I thought the whole thing was going to be like a docu-drama in that style, but unfortunately no, it's mostly like interviews.
He kind of walks into the film off the film set and goes like, if only things were that easy, But like, I'm gonna tell you the real story of how I became this badass.
Go the way you want. Yeah, sometimes like your father, like, or your adoptive father, like dedicates you to Satan and makes you kill a million people. Yeah,
that's a big part of his story that has gotten more attention, and maybe we should start there with like his life story as he is commonly told it over the years, because we get this is kind of all contained in his, I think his biography, which is first released in 2008, like the Victor Marx story, With God, All Things Are Possible. Mm-hmm. And he's repeated this in like his motivational lectures, his political campaign, like over and over again. Like he has this story of childhood trauma, that like foundational, extreme childhood trauma. But when I started, I think a lot of people, when they first heard the specifics of like what he alleged, were kind of like, what? Like, what the fuck? Like, he throws out some very extreme stories of abuse. And of
honestly,
course,
like
you know,
what he reminds me of, like I would say is for like what is someone like Mike Warnke or like some of these other people who like came like in the 90s, you had a lot of people like that who are like ex-Satanists like that. It seems like he's based on his book, his subsequent book, A Dangerous Gentleman.
Forward by Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, which also like the forward and really much of the book seem to be much, if not all of the books seem to be AI written, but definitely like that's kind of the world view of this book is kind of like a Michelle remembers like my dad dedicated me to Satan type of thing, you know. Again, not to say that like it's not possible that someone's parent might have dedicated them to Satan, but it does kind of seem to be in this particular sort of like evangelical like haunted house world that like you know, which isn't quite, you know, not to say that there's like no reality to any of that, like, you know, perhaps, but yeah, like certainly this book doesn't seem to take place quite in our world. It takes place in a
like a Ted Gunderson, Kathy O'Brien, but even more extreme than Kathy O'Brien, like a kind of a Ted Gunderson, organized satanic gangs are like everywhere, and this like Dominionist spiritual warfare thing.
Yeah, maybe I talked about it on the show before. That movie Nefarious, which was like made by, you know, it's like some Christian movie about like an expert like psychologist who gets brought in to interview like a possessed prisoner. I feel like every scene in A Dangerous Gentleman is basically like another like a sort of remix of that movie. Like where in one case it's like a teenage prisoner, then it's like an ISIS guy, and then like surprise they all like have demons. You know,
attachments. He's quick to clarify, not possessions. Attachments. That's apparently a big like Protestant thing. Is that like it's another reason why Catholics aren't Christian, because they believe evangelicals believe that there's some line in the Bible about how you can't, if you're a believer, you can't be possessed. So, but like it seems like splitting hairs to me. But what does my Catholic ass know?
It also reminds me of you know, why am I blanking on the name? The sort of this like, what is that therapy that's like the basis for the MDMA
family
therapy?
Systems.
Yeah, so I was thinking say the families, like, you know, something systems.
Yeah, family systems therapy. Yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
So it's like all about like attachments. Like a demon is attached to you, like fighting you or something like that. And so you have to like break the attachment, but they're not possessed. Again, it's like it kind of feels like the same thing, but whatever. You know, they love to take the scripture literally, so I guess, yeah. So, like, that's when people ask him if he's an exorcist, he often splits hairs by being, well, you know. And, like, this guy's affect now is, like, very weird and creepy, and it almost seems like he might be on something. Like, I don't know if you got to see any of his debate performance, but he's got this, like, sleepy, slurring, like plotting kind of like delivery when he talks that is not really in his like, you know, if you watch the documentary, you kind of see why he would be like a popular kind of pastor, Christian motivational speaker kind of guy, because he's like this like, you know, martial arts like black belt.
Yeah, there's been an audience for people like that, forever.
There's a whole cottage industry in America for people like this, for sure.
Yeah.
And so it kind of makes sense. But then as a political figure, he's like a little bit like out of it, and like I can't tell even. And in the interviews, like with Candace, he was a little more peppy and aggressive. But like with the local Colorado news reporter, who also was the moderator at the debate, like a lot of it. I've never seen somebody Darvo harder than this guy before. Like on the one hand, he seems kind of drugged out or like in some kind of trance, but also like the discipline with which he does not answer any questions about himself is almost like impressive and like really weird to like watch over like a half-hour interview where like every kind of even things, it was weird, like even things that he's bragged about and admitted to in various books and social media posts and documentaries and stuff, like when he's asked about them again, he'll be like, well, what did I say about it? And like, well, you know, I have your words here, but I'm really more interested in what you are saying right now about like, well, why won't you read what I wrote? And it's like, well, I want it. This is an interview. So like you're running for office now. And I just want you to like tell me, I don't know. Is this journalism? I don't know. I think it's pretty interesting. that you are taking this tack against me.
Right.
Like, and it's just like, it's maddening. It's like, what the fuck is this guy's problem? Like, he's like going out of his way to be like sus and like not answer. There's a big controversy from various quarters over his claims for years that he has, quote unquote, saved 45,000 children abroad.
Yeah.
And then when they ask him about it, he goes, think about that number. I mean, in the debate, they finally backed him into a corner and they're like, is that true or is that not true? And he goes, all right, I'll tell you. The amount of children I've saved is not enough. And then just stop talking. And it's like, what the fuck is right? Or he'd say, it's more than one and less than a bunch. It's like, you're like, it's maddeningly like not serious and like almost to a point where like, is this the point? Like the more insane and just rejecting any kind of like standard that previously existed is the sign of a true populist. So like just
yes,
like basically being like no, deny, distract, like whatever. Like that's his one play that he keeps doing over and over again. And I mean, like people voted for him. It's weird that wasn't totally like his debate performance should have been in like not that long ago in America would have been disqualifying. You know, like it would have been like this guy is a maniac. Like, and yeah. And then when you get into like the things that even from his childhood that he casually talks about, you know, they're very extreme. And like they are this, like Michelle remembers, like very scary, depraved, murderous, like violent. It almost reminded me of like Marilyn Manson's autobiography, which is like probably partially made up, but like about his like disgusting grandfather that like in his like basement or whatever that was doing all this shit.
I wouldn't
like,
be surprised if it's more made up than Charles Manson's childhood story even.
No,
I think,
Marilyn Manson.
Oh, sorry, Marilyn Manson.
Yeah,
sorry, that's
yeah.
who I meant to, but I accidentally said that. But yeah, like
there's definitely lies,
like,
I think, going on in his origin story.
Yeah, for sure. I think that, I mean, like a big part of it is that he claims like to have like committed a murder.
Yeah.
But like, there's no indication that like any murder was like committed or reported during that time. He says that he reported to the authorities, and they say they never received a report. But I guess, you know, if you do believe in like kind of this, you know, maybe it's like a demonic conspiracy that goes all the way to the top. I don't know. That where they sort of like didn't want to acknowledge like, they're working to cover it up too. I don't know. Well, but like it seems like there's a lot of obvious lies here.
Yeah, let me just read the maybe just the start of his book, The Victor Marx Story, because he includes some details that he's kind of dropped off over the years and like doesn't bring up anymore. He still sticks by these kind of the fundamentals of these stories, that his father put a gun in his hand and like made him point it at a man who was like in a grave he had dug and like pull the trigger and kill the man when he was 7. And then the stepfather said, like, if you ever tell anybody about this, like, your fingerprints are on the gun, I'm going to tell everybody you did it. And then, you know, he thought, oh no, so like whatever. And that was what he had. He also, you know, the other really crazy claim is that when one of his first memories when he was 3 was his stepfather made him behead a cat and then put the cat carcass like on his head and like dance around with it or something like that. Like, okay. You know, which is, I don't remember much from being 3 years old, but I mean, I never went through anything like that. But still, that's like I don't know, cutting the cat's head off at 3. That seems like, you know, like maybe a little bit of a stretch. I don't know. But anyways, let's just read a little bit, and you can see why, you know, even if he's making it up, nonetheless, this is sus. So, chapter 1, he ain't my kid. Those were Daddy's first words when he found out that my mom was pregnant with me. No hugs and kisses for Mama. No cigars from the neighbors. No words of praise for the future all-star champion and president of the United States. That's me, in case you're wondering. Funny joke, right? Like, no, he only welcomed me with denial. Quote, he ain't my kid. If there had been a window on the womb, here's what I would have seen the last nights my parents were together. He loves bringing this up, the horrible things that happened the night he was conceived. Again, kind of like sex obsessed. I would have watched my dad in a rage, pinning my mother to a bed and trying to shove rosary beads down her throat. He ended up punching a hole through the wall instead of my mother. Not exactly what you call the happy couple. You see, Billy and Rita Marx's love was stone cold dead at the same time that my little life was just starting to develop. Yeah, I guess his dad's name was Carl William Marx, but he went by Billy Marx during these years. My parents had the classic 3D marital symptoms that included drama, disaster, and divorce. That's pretty much what you'd expect when an abused 16-year-old swamp girl from southern Louisiana gets tangled up with a man who has received so much anger and violence that he cannot possibly contain it. I think he says that his father might have been molested as a child, and so that's why he was like fucked up and bad or something. So, since birth, they had both been buried under mountains of violence, abuse, abandonment, neglect, rejection, and hopelessness. Nothing short of God's miraculous healing power could have enabled them to live any differently. My mother, Rita, never really loved my dad, nor did she have the capacity to do so. How could she when she had never been shown what true love really is? Her French and Spanish parents gave her those beautiful dark eyes, hair, and skin, but who could she trust to love and cherish her? The sweet girl was robbed of her innocence at an early age by a wicked abductor. As a teenager, she was raped by an adult friend of the family. That's how she learned to see men as the abusers. This is also why she found it impossible to truly love any man. Then when you look at my father, you really see the Lord's hand of protection on my mother and us kids. Billy Marx grew up without a strong male role model to teach him how to deal with the difficulties of life, without a man who could show him how to accept responsibility. He didn't have a clue how to treat women with respect and honor and love. His troubled upbringing only got worse when he was placed in a boys' home. No wonder things went from bad to worse with his teenage bride. It is safe to say that my father had some significant emotional issues. He often took great pleasure in inflicting pain and suffering on others. He was a feared street fighter whose nickname was Le Tigre, or the Tiger. I remember this is Cajun country.
Yeah.
He fought hard, drank hard, and broke laws hard. Eventually, he became involved with the Cajun Mafia. Whoa. He was a pimp's pimp. He would take advantage of girls who were struggling and teach them how to play the game to make money. Then after their training was over, he would sell them to other pimps. He also scammed insurance companies with fake accidents. This racket eventually grew so big that it included fake victims, crooked doctors, lying lawyers, and more. Naturally, he dealt in drugs. He was also a cooler, which is a head bouncer who trains other bouncers. This guy had power, and he commanded a lot of fear and respect. After I was born, his organization and nearly everyone he worked with were busted. When I was a child, I almost never saw the man. This is kind of weird. Later, he was deeply involved in the occult, becoming a capital W warlock who dealt in some bad, scary stuff. But with all his faults, he actually loved his children in the best way he knew how, from a distance. Okay, so he was later an evangelical. He was saved eventually from being like a dirtbag, but I guess he was huge into like voodoo occult stuff, allegedly. And even in the 2012 documentary, they interview him as a very old man, Billy Marx, and he like still jokes about how like how he would murder people. And it's like, you know, the Cajun Mafia, like he had a real thick, like, Cajun act. Like, we didn't, you know, we weren't nearly as bad as the Italian Mafia, but, you know, we wouldn't shoot you. We just feed you to alligators. Like, and it's like, okay, haha, like, you know, LOL, like, I used to be a murderous mafia pimp, but, like, now I'm saved, but I can still joke about being a murderous mafia pimp. Interesting, okay, like... And,
we should talk about how this book has a very strange format. Like
the little inserts.
Yeah, it's almost like his ghostwriters wrote the book, but then he like, you know, rather than like edit what they wrote, he like added a column of thoughts.
Yeah. I have the third edition from the early 2010s, so it's got those. I think he added those little like kind of Bible note reflections that he usually gives, like a little Bible quote and a little side comment, you know, in the margins. Yeah, it is a weird format.
There's there's what, just like it's very strange. Yeah, just like there's one where he just says like Yeah, it's a comment on a chapter that seems like, basically normal, but yeah, it is kind of like preacher, like it's like a sermon that's somehow inserted. Why do you think it's so hard not to follow the bad example of your parents? Maybe because it's impossible for any human being to be good, at least without the help of God. That's what the Bible says. The human mind is the most deceitful of all things. It is incurable. No one can understand how deceitful it is. Jeremiah 17:9. We've all become unclean, and all our righteous acts are like permanently stained rags. All of us shrivel like leaves, and our sins carry us away like the wind. Isaiah 64:6. What a miserable person I am. Who will rescue me from my dying body? Thank God that our Lord Jesus Christ rescues me. Romans 7:24-25. I can do everything through Christ who strengthens me. Philippians 4:13. Jesus rescues us from the curse of sin. Don't ever believe that you are trapped in the sins of your family. Jesus can rescue you and give you an amazing future. You might be saying, Victor, this is extremely disturbing. Why are you telling us this part of your story? Well, let me assure you that it's not an easy story to tell. For years I denied that it even happened to me. But the answer to your question is simple. I have met so many other people who have endured similar abuse. If I can offer any hope or encouragement to others, it is this. Our God is merciful and loving. He is ready and eager to heal you and restore you. He can tenderly pick up the broken pieces of your life bit by bit and reshape them into beauty and strength. This is God's desire for you, my friend. Don't be discouraged if your restoration looks hopeless. It took me a while to come to this place of healing, but I can say without a doubt, God is in the business of bringing joy and comfort and beauty. Isn't that awesome? Don't think for one moment that God brings bad things to people. That comes from Satan, the prince of this world. John 16:11. God is the one who miraculously turns everything bad into good in the end, if we let him. We know that all things work together for the good of those who love God, those who he has called according to his plan. Then some more Bible quotes. He goes on, learn how. Like, what I think is interesting about this is that, like, it actually kind of, it's an interesting reflection, and to go with like sort of your overarching comparison, like with the Plattner phenomenon.
Yeah.
There is an interesting comparison because, like, I think that this type of, obviously, it goes without saying that this type of, like, in terms of kind of demystifying what is appealing about this person, that type of message is obviously, like I said, needless to say, very appealing. Like something about like how all, like, you're broken and like all your mistakes are okay and they can be healed and you can be redeemed, And I think, like, there is almost a parallel with the Plattner thing, right? Because it, like, that whole aspect of redemption is there as well, but like in almost an inverse way, where it's like, well, Plattner's, it's not that like all of his like practical sins are redeemed through Christ or whatever, but they're redeemed like through politics.
Yeah.
Right? Like they're redeemed through
becoming a sort of vague democratic socialist Bernie-crat politician.
Like, yeah, and it almost, like, this is kind of like it. There's the Victor Marx's sort of ideology is also a form of dirtbagism, where it's like you're a dirtbag and only God can redeem you.
Yeah,
like,
well, it's
fundamentally a dirtbag, you're fundamentally depraved, and only God can, like you have original sin, and only God can restore you, right? And you're no matter how low you go, right?
There's a comparison in the preoccupation among some of the biggest personalities of sort of alt-left media. Their like constant fixation on and privileging above like kind of every other thing of like saving young men from like right-wing radicalism, which like is very similar to the way that like right-wing Christians talk about saving young men from like the degeneracy of Satanism and worldly behavior, whether it's doing crime, doing drugs, just being an atheist, like whatever. Like, the way that a lot of, I'd say they're a little overly fixated on this thing of like, we need to save these young, mostly white men that because of capitalism and like the downward trajectory of America, obviously are very depressed and despondent, and they get sucked into these toxic online subcultures that turn them into like psychotic fascists. But like, we need to save specifically this group like of young men. Like, we need to like, we will never win unless we kind of win them over. And I think like to one extent, like, yes, like you should want to like target every group, especially ones that are, pissed off about like the sort of economic reality of things, right? Or, like, yeah, like maybe those are potential recruits. But I think when they get to the level of, and the Plattner people did this, of we need to appeal to their chuddish instincts and predilections, and they're porn brained, like sex obsessed, like whatever, or their little jokey racist humor sometimes is a treat, that like blah blah blah. Like, we need to honor and kind of appeal to all these young men, like on that basis, to suck them in to like our democratic socialist like DSA project, which I've always felt is I don't know, like, not the most important thing ever to put above everything else. Like, a lot of people, they use it as an excuse to kind of jettison what they would call, like, the woke 1.0 era, where we blah, blah, blah. But they kind of throw the baby out with the bathwater of, like, yeah, like a lot of libs, like some used it very, you know, insincerely, like the Hillary type people, you know, kind of did weaponize it cynically, right? If you didn't want to vote for Hillary, you're a sexist, etc. Some NGO people grifted off of it, of course, we know that. But, you know, also these were expressions of like real tensions in society, and there is still a white supremacy problem in America, like maybe the rhetoric they used. Some of these people like went overboard and kind of got lost in the sauce, but like it doesn't mean the underlying things are like not important, stupid lib shit that like we need to. The guy that loves cum jokes and like making fun of like other, you know, ethnicities, but really they support Medicare for all, so they're a good guy. Like, that's the type of person we need to like privilege above every other, you know, type of voter or supporter or whatever, and without any concern to like, will we alienate like a large chunk of like what would be part of a leftist movement that like aren't young white men and might find that shit like gross, alienating, like not really like, you know, for good reason, like, you know. So I think there is a parallel between on the right and left with that.
Yes, I mean, like, what it is, I think, is that there is this kind of, and I think like it, I feel like it does emanate from people who like actually do like kind of fall into this like sort of like culture war brain rot in one way or another, you know. And I like kind of, I get it, you know. I understand, like, I mean, it is like it has the seductions, you know, because it is also like a way to make excuses for like one's failures on some level, or like to kind of blame others, right? Like, I think, you know, like a lot of these people are kind of like D-class-A, like, you know, downwardly mobile to different extents, you know, like, like they, like, and I think that they kind of see, like, there obviously was, like, kind of a, like, certain shifts and certain, like, incentives in, sort of the like, in the country in general. There's, like, demographic changes, and there are attempts being made, in many cases, like, cynically, right, or because, like, you know, people see, you know, no downside, right, like, they, are, you know, wanting to prioritize like you know, sort of rebalancing these you know, certain professions or hiring, which has been historically slanted toward in the direction of white men, right? And so like people are like, oh, you know, I think that really a lot of it does emanate from like a feeling of being unfairly, you know, the same thing that like unfairly
like they
victimized
weren't
by you know
these millennial like, age like people on the left that maybe went to fancy art schools in New York City, but then were not able to like really become like a institutionally backed like blue chip artist after 2016, because it was like all the rich white people were suddenly funding, like they wanted to fund to show how like woke, you know, to show how good they were, and that, you know, implicitly that they deserve all their wealth. They were highlighting, you know, women, people of color, like certain, you know, LGBTQ, like, and so, you know, there's that meme about how like the New Yorker hasn't published a piece of fiction by like a straight white male like at all in like, I forget what the cutoff is, but like the youngest person is like 40 or something that has gotten published. Like nobody under the age of, and it's been, I guess, years since they've published anything, but you know, probably New Yorker is run by like bourgeois white people, which is
also like,
you know,
it doesn't like, I think there's a broader sort of cultural reason for that, which has to do with like sort of the like the gendering of literacy in a way, and like, you know, there's like many factors like to this, you know,
like white women still get published in the New Yorker, but there is this kind of weird thing where it's like it's not for the boys, like, you know, so it's a woman's thing, and but, you know, there is a sort of aspect of like, you know, which problems are considered to be like most salient and like socially relevant, and like it is true that like,
race is like a fundamental contradiction of American society, right? Or a
Yeah.
fundamental problem in American society that has been there from like, the beginning of the United States, right? And it's not going away anytime soon.
Yeah.
And like it, has haunted this country since its inception.
Yeah.
So like, people who are aware, like do what, it's the same phenomenon of like, we need third world. That's why we need third world leadership. Like, we're just so freaking white and stupid. Like, it's not like, it's that sort of thing. But again, like there like kind of is a point to that in a way, because it is true that like,
they weren't totally
have
wrong.
like a, actually even that isn't totally wrong, because it is, like someone who actually has like faced like racist policing on an experiential level does have a better sense of like the stakes of that problem than someone who like, still feels kind of invested in their position in white society, just want to sacrifice that, rather than someone who feels they have nothing to lose because they're back against the wall,
right?
Facing this kind of,
So I think a lot of those, mostly New York, upper class, though maybe slightly D class A, like they're not making as much money as their parents or great grandparents or great grandparents did, and they're white guys, so they're in a little bit of an awkward place. And so they're trying to execute like a daredevil maneuver to end up at the top of like the cultural elite pile, despite being blocked out of. It's like, oh, well, your dad worked at the New Yorker for 25 years, but you can't get a job at the New Yorker now because
you're... You can't be a Hollywood screenwriter, which is what a lot of them want to be.
At the end of the day, And I think there's a reality distortion field, like a socioeconomic reality distortion field around like New York, and to a lesser extent maybe LA and a couple of the big cities, of, looking at like the media economy as being a much bigger slice of the entire economy than it is, when it's actually like 0.5% of like jobs are like in sort of media, publishing, art, journalism, like Hollywood. Like it's a very small slice, and it's always been overrepresented by like the people from like, elite higher backgrounds. However, there was a period, in the mid 20th century, I think I did a little thread about this like last week, where I think the mere existence of the Soviet Union as like a sort of a alternate system, or like actually existing socialism or whatever, like modified the behavior of the ruling class to allow things that they took away after the Soviet Union collapsed. So I think that's why you saw, like, when you look at the new Hollywood directors, the great new Hollywood directors, right, of the 70s, how many of them came from like ultra elite, like bourgeois, like Nepo baby backgrounds? Like, not really that many of them. Sure, there was the Laurel Canyon scene with like Crosby and a few others, but like it wasn't like a rule that, like, Francis Ford Coppola, Brian De Palma's dad was like an upper middle class doctor. Okay. George Lucas, Steven Spielberg, Billy Friedkin, Bogdanovich, like I could go down the list. Like, these were not like people that were born. These are mostly Ellis Island Americans that had like working class to like middle class kind of upbringings, and then they got to go to college because that was free and cheap back then, and they studied film there, and then there was enough of like a robust system to like...
There's so much that has transformed, and like the reason why there's not necessarily now, in addition to the fact that there isn't like a great ideological adversary like the Soviet Union, that like, I think as you were saying in your thread, like that was part of the impetus for like the the civil right, like sort of the
civil rights
willingness to make concessions on the issue of civil rights. Like certainly it was, like, so that's one factor, but also like, I mean, it's a factor, and that is a factor in this as well, but just the general sort of attrition or attenuation of like the like institutions of our society, where like, and that like you wouldn't even need like that level of like ideological subversion to be in place, where it's like kind of seducing people with the promises of free, or with the ideal of freedom and creativity and like these sort of marvels you can create. Like you just like spew slop and psyop people, and like that's you don't
like they've reverted to like what's like the most like streamlined useful function of like Hollywood and the media apparatus for us, the ruling class. Slopify and psyop everybody and make everything suck. Like that works. Like like totally. Like, who gives a fuck about art? Fuck that. Like that's kind of the mentality now. Like there's no, and in fact, not only did we lose a couple little things, we're now the very institutions of like post FDR America themselves are being hollowed out, looted, and like kind of like dismantled and wrecked in in real time. Especially with this administration, the amount of criminals and grifters and institution wreckers is pretty off the charts, and like they are going through and wrecking all of these things that had been around for almost like a century at this point, and taking them away, and like solving the racial contradictions of America. The people that are in charge now, that you think they give a fuck? No, they want to go backwards. They're like, oh, now
Right.
there's no reason for us not to go back to being more of like a white exclusionary republic. And I think there's been a little bit of dialectical progress where even these kind of racist like Christian nationalists are like, they're willing to have a few token people of color if they completely buy into their ideology. Like that's okay. But like in general, as a group, Black people not to be trusted. Like Hispanics, like unless they all become Republicans, like no, like kick them all out. Like not to be trusted. Asians, CCP agents, no. Like and now we even see.
It's weird though, because I also feel like whiteness or like race is like in that conversation, like it's an abstraction. Like it, like a lot of the time, like it is like kind of this thing where like you like look at some of these influencers, I mean, look at like Nick Fuentes himself or Myron
Gaines.
Yeah.
There's a diversification happening with like far right, like
they
where
all
they're
like
racist.
say that stuff. They all talk like white supremacists,
Yeah,
right? But
yeah.
like they are, they're not, like they're not white themselves a lot of the time.
It is an interesting evolution of, because I do think whiteness is still like kind of ambient. It is still very strongly.
You do see that phenomenon on the left as well, by the way. Like
how so?
With the sort of some of the biggest like sort of pushers of, or even the coiner of dirtbag term, have that kind of like pick me sort of vibe. Like there are those who are like kind of like, oh, we need to stop being so, like I'm not like the other minorities, or I'm not like the other
Bhaskar
girls,
Sankara, maybe.
kind of.
Some of those.
There's a little bit of
the
that.
little pick me energy.
Yeah,
no, for sure.
like,
we need to appeal to these white working class men. The more
yes.
blah blah blah. And like I can say it because I'm not white, like kind of
yes.
thing. Yeah,
but I think that is like kind of it. Like I really think where it ultimately emanates from. I mean, another example, like we have some like Hollywood experience, but I do know academia a bit better. And I like, I'm not gonna say who, but I saw like one of these people the other day, like kind of quote tweeting like this job posting for like an assistant professorship in like American history at Stanford for like like $100,000 a year or something.
Yeah.
Like with a specialization in the history of the United States and its international engagements in the 20th and 21st centuries. And like being like I might could, or like I'm like, you're not gonna get that job, buddy. Like you've been doing a podcast for the last like 5 years. Like like don't like that's interesting that you would
yeah
but it's like that kind of like, I get it, that sucks, like I'm sorry, like that at one time like there would have been a job, maybe not that job, but like a job not unlike that, like available for you, but like now well that type of work is being squeezed.
The
and
ladders
like,
have been pulled up. Like they're not really admitting that much of anybody like to those jobs. I mean, it's almost a distraction sometimes to focus on like, oh, like everyone getting the jobs is like a woman or a POC, but also these industries are contracting severely to the point where like almost nobody's getting jobs. So it's like it is just kind of a symbolic thing. Like a few people get lucky, and like everybody else, like it's a much bigger problem,
and those types of professions as well. Like there is a historical imbalance. Then like students, this demographic of students is different, and it's kind of like that factor does come into play as well. But like the I just like my point is that doesn't have anything to do with like the working class.
Right, right.
Like
it's funny.
Like,
the same
really
people.
The source of a lot of this stuff.
The same people.
Like, I think that if there actually was a focus on, like the needs of like the American working class, it would probably look like significantly different from what the focus of that kind of dirtbagism actually is. Like a lot of it is projection based on grievances like that, in my opinion.
Yes, yeah, I think it's very personal. I think that's also why that crowd. It's funny, they like to critique the PMCs so much, but like they very much are of that, like 100% of that like background, both in terms of their like the environment they were raised in, and then like the colleges they went to and everything else. And like, you know, like what we ourselves have some adjacency to that
Totally,
PMC.
yeah. That's why I understand it. Like, that's why
we can
I know
see
where
it.
it's actually coming from.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I also said elsewhere in another thread, I think like last week, that I think for those like big dirtbags that got very relatively rich and successful outside of the formal institutions, I think it's one reason why they get so pissy and have a meltdown whenever anybody like from the left critiques them, because they've like through their like success, they've built up this idea of themselves as like the most left possible like faction in American politics that is like legible and like seen and acknowledged. And like they are in a way still in like a 10-year flame war with like Neera Tanden over like Bernie versus Hillary. And I think they saw like Bernie versus Hillary as like a proxy for sort of their slice of the PMC class that felt like left out or wasn't allowed to say what they wanted to say, you know, like, and they were getting, you know, like all the promotions for the cool media jobs were going to like, you know, neo-lib, shit-lib, like Hillary supporters and blah, blah, blah. So like they're still fighting. They're so focused on that like war with other elites that were like the more, and now it's almost like evolved into the, the centrist like Zio Democrats now are like, you know, which is Neera Tanden and all these other people. Like I think that kind of explains like some of their like psychotic defense of Plattner, because Plattner is also a WASP failson, like a lot of them, and did nothing, like was a dirtbag his whole life, and seemingly was kind of excluded from formal political or media or whatever, and was off doing his own thing. And now he ran like an insurgency campaign, and he's making like the Neera Tandens of the world just apoplectic, and like that is so libidinally satisfying to them that they're willing to kind of put up with anything about him being a murderous Blackwater mercenary or a rapist or having a Nazi tattoo or anything else. It just is all about like beating Neera. And like and what Neera represents, like the often POC, like Ivy League kind of educated like striver, like the professional striver that, you know, they as children of inherited wealth from several generations back or more, as many of them are, that produces a very specific type of person and like a psychological privilege growing up. Then the kind of maybe I actually don't know if Neera went to an Ivy League or whatever, but she seems like the type that like would have gone to like Harvard and, you know, or at least like Harvard School of Government or something like that. Like that's like a type of, you know, like just like a go-getter who got like 1,600 SATs and like, you know, did all the stuff that they were supposed to do and pleased all the higher up boomers. They, you know, kissed their asses and got these good jobs and are smug about being the best and all that kind of stuff. And the kind of the dirtbag faction who are kind of born on third base, but, you know, nonetheless feel like they've been dispossessed by these book smart little hall monitors that are like lapping them. It almost has a parallel to like how maybe like even somewhat liberal like elite WASP blue bloods in the early 20th century felt about Jews. You know, like they're all getting. That's why they invented the personal essay in colleges, was to keep more Jews out of Harvard, because they were just doing well on like test scores, and like all these working class Jews were getting in, and then all these WASPs that were getting in on legacy were like, hey, wait a minute, that's my spot. And so they invented this interesting category, which you can almost like, it has an interesting parallel to like the genre of podcasting of like, we're going to have this category for admissions that is all about how much of an interesting person you are. And it's going to allow you an opportunity to flash certain social cues and things that come with growing up in that type of class, where you can subtly signal sophistication, like elite status, whatever, and like a little bit of a wink to the admissions committee that you're one of the blue bloods, and like you deserve to be here and whatever. And so it, like podcasting kind of worked in the same way, or you know, these kind of new media where it's like the charismatic personality, like they're not actually bringing to the table like a lot of hard research or hard-hitting investigative journalism, or what they're bringing is affect, vibe, jokes, and pretending to be like your online like parasocial best friend who like gets it and like a cool guy, cool fucking guy, you know, and things like that. And so then they can build an empire of influence upon just acting like a person with a personality that's like amusing or whatever, you know, like, you know, instead of having to do the boring work of like going to law school or, you know, interning for a congressperson or working for a union or, you know, like actually working for a union and not just performatively, like, you know, it's like, it's it's a little bit, but anyways, that's the left-wing version of this phenomenon. The right-wing sloppy-list version of this is...
There are parallels though on the right, because they're like, it's a different kind of ecosystem, but like that kind of, I mean, I think that someone like Victor Marx like is in many respects like a product of that. I mean, it is like, I really think another factor in terms of what makes him like appealing to people probably is like his relationship with Charlie Kirk, which, like, you know, might be exaggerated, but like, you know, definitely was something that he kind of campaigned on, and definitely like emphasized heavily.
My good friend Charlie
and like
Kirk.
He didn't do that like just after he was killed, you know. The
2024 book, The Dangerous Gentleman, had the foreword by Charlie Kirk. So
yes,
in
it
2024,
does, which also seems to be the work of ChatGPT. I mean, actually, you know, let me read this forward because it's a bit. It ends in an interesting note, actually. It kind of stuck out to me. In a world In a world often clouded by uncertainty, immorality, and disinformation, a world in which some struggle to define what a woman is or label masculinity as evil, Victor Marx's The Dangerous Gentleman is a beacon of clarity, virtue, and inspiration. There's a lot of three-item lists on this. This extraordinary book is more than just a collection of incredible, humbling, and life-changing stories.
Wait, it's not that, it's this? Really?
Yeah, it is a powerful testament to the remarkable journey of a man who embodies a life well lived in service of his family, nation, and God. In these pages, you will embark on a riveting voyage. You will delve from the most treacherous corners of our world to the tenderest chambers of the human heart. Victor Marx's story unfolds with unapologetic candor and authenticity. His journey, like literally just like a barrage of lies, but okay. His journey from a tumultuous past to a purpose-driven present testifies to the redemptive power of faith, resilience, purpose, and friendship. I have had the privilege of knowing Victor as a dear friend for many years. It's difficult to describe this incredible man. Unyielding determination, boundless humor, unmatched courage, inspiring compassion, and a commitment to humanity's greater good. As you read these chapters, each one a captivating episode in Victor's life, you'll come to realize that quote-unquote remarkable simply doesn't do justice to the life he has led and the impact he's made. The Dangerous Gentleman not only chronicles Victor's high-risk missions into war-torn regions, his encounters with terror and darkness, and his tireless efforts to bring light to the lives of the vulnerable, but distills profound life lessons from each adventure. Whether it's navigating a jungle, confronting demons, saving the abused, or putting troubled youth on the right path, every story carries a universal message of hope, love, courage, and faith. This book is also a rallying cry to awaken the dangerous gentleman within each of us. It is a call to rise above complacency, to shatter the limitations we place on ourselves, and to embrace the higher purpose of each of our lives. Victor Marx embodies this audacity to live life to the fullest and with purpose. The Dangerous Gentleman will make you laugh. It will make you hold your breath in suspense. It'll move you to tears. It will challenge your notions of what it means to be both dangerous and gentle in a world that so desperately needs dangerous gentlemen. It is my sincere belief that the pages you are about to turn will inspire you to discover a new dimension of what's possible within your own life. I know it has for me. As you embark on this journey with Victor, I encourage you to immerse yourself fully and let the story seep into your soul. And as you turn the pages, remember that you too have the potential to be a dangerous gentleman. To be a force for good, a beacon of hope, and a catalyst for change. I hope that The Dangerous Gentleman takes you on a journey to discovering in your own life the meaning of real courage, human compassion, virtuous masculinity, and unwavering pursuit of a life that ends with our Lord calling to you, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Charlie Kirk.
Oh my God.
Is that like predictive programming at the end? Like, what's going on? Like, why is he talking about our life ending, and why is he using, I mean, I guess I know it's a Christian thing, but like, that's exactly what Pete Hegseth said about him when he died, that Jesus was in heaven telling him, well done, good and faithful servant.
It's probably a quote from the Bible. Like,
no, it definitely
is.
But like, it's very
that
interesting
that's
that
eerie
that,
a little bit.
Yeah, is
and
like,
well, the first.
Like, this has nothing to do with your life ending,
right? Well,
I guess, the ultimate, whatever. But
Candace is fond of pointing out that as far as she could tell, the first person to like post that Charlie Kirk had died. Maybe not that the shooting had happened, but that he was dead, was Victor Marx. Like, he was the first person to kind of come out and be like, it's with a heavy heart.
Everyone else was hearing, sources were telling them that he was stable.
Right.
Yeah.
But no, he does seem to have come into the orbit. There's a podcast interview from some like subsidiary TPUSA podcast from like a few years ago that interviews Victor Marx about his life story. So like he definitely was like in the mix with like the TPUSA network, and I don't know how he came to like get involved, or I think Candace thinks that like Erica Kirk, of course, was like the sinister one that introduced Charlie to Vic, like brought this evil guy into Charlie's life and like had to psyop him, but then Charlie was waking up at the end, and so that's why they killed him. Like,
he was waking up, and
maybe he was, maybe he wasn't, but like
I remember watching a video of Candace talking about like how she knew Erica and how like she was rooting for her, and like but she was like too old for him or something, and that like kind of sussed Candace out, and like also like why she was like she really did the God thing, and that really that really appealed to Charlie because he's so innocent, and like he really fell for that.
She's kind of on like Erica was sent like from the jump to like infiltrate, be a handler of Charlie, and kind of.
Isn't she like in Candace's conception, like I don't know, this might actually be sus, I don't know, but like wasn't she involved in some kind of like Romanian?
Yeah,
she was like a Romanian trafficked orphan, or she
no.
She
worked with, if I recall correctly, she found out that there was something. It was like angels, something. It was something with the word angels in it, and it was like definitely probably like a Christian. Like orphanage thing in Romania that to some extent had partnered with either like the U.S. Army or NATO on like some little initiative or something. They seem to have friendly ties with like the U.S. military presence.
Probably not in the exact way that Candace says, but I bet it was sus. And
she's darkly intimating that like a Pizzagate type thing.
Yeah, that's probably where it overlapped with Victor Marx.
Right, like that would totally make sense. Yeah, that they would cross paths in this world of like saving the children, but it's actually Christian missionary stuff in various places.
Like I wouldn't be surprised if there was like possibly. I don't know if it went all the way to the top, like to Erica or whatever. Like, I just don't have enough information. I haven't looked into it enough.
Yeah.
But,
there's some smoke around
there
Erica
definitely
Kirk.
are, like, sus in those organizations. There's definitely a lot of susses in those organizations,
Yeah, absolutely. And, she has kind of an interest, like a sus kind of, like, interesting background, like a weird background, like, in trajectory.
Like Candace Owens herself, like, and I guess a lot of sort of influencers, probably like it's probably a bipartisan phenomenon to an extent, but I think especially like I think Candace Owens was hired off like an acting website, and I think Erica Kirk was kind of the same thing. Like I remember there was a big thing about how she was in like a
music video.
Was it a music video or was it like a mass shooting training video or
both.
something like
Actually,
that? Like
both.
a CIA
she did,
training video.
She was doing that. That's a thing. Like little things pop up out here that are kind of like there's no context for it. And it's like, what was she? She was like a beauty queen. Wasn't she like Miss Arizona? And then she was in this like kind of pop country music video that was shot in Las Vegas around like 2011 2012. Then a video surfaced of her giving some kind of like, I think it was like mass shooting related. I think it was like a DHS like it was some kind of DHS conference where she was like giving a presentation about something related to that, which is like, okay, that's interesting. Like who are you working for? And her parents, I think, are both military contractors. I remember it being said that like either her dad or her mom was like the head of like Raytheon's Israel division or something like that. I don't know if I was ever able to like fully lock that down, but they were definitely, they owned like some kind of military contractor company in Arizona. So, ties to the military. It's not exactly shocking. There's some other stuff that she's claimed as well. But yeah, I mean, Erica susses me the fuck out. Like, yeah, she seems like like up to something. But anyways, I do want to read just a little more about the childhood extreme claims of Victor Marx, just in these two little tiny short chapters here, because it's among the bedrock of claims that people have questioned. So, he says that his biological father became a warlock who dealt in the occult and blah blah blah, but he mostly wasn't around. He says, after my parents divorced, my mother continued her bad habit of choosing the wrong men. The next guy was a known thug who ran a club and was involved in the dark side of crime. You'd think my father wouldn't care. He hated my mother and he didn't want anything to do with me. But what did he decide to do? He simply did what every self-respecting criminal would do. He set out to kill the competition. First, my father called my grandmother to vent his rage and possibly to say his final goodbye. She calmed him down and then suggested that they meet next to the sheriff's office, of all places. For some strange reason, my father agreed, and when they met, the law stepped in and arrested him. My father wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. I think my grandmother convinced the police that my father was mentally deranged because they ended up putting him in the Pineville, Louisiana State Mental Institution for observation. His own father had died in this same institution. I'm sure that fact motivated him to get out of there as quickly as possible. 8 weeks later, he was released back into his life of crime. He began to challenge other thugs for control. Soon the situation grew more dangerous for everyone. The fuse was lit. It was just a matter of time before the powder keg exploded. My father could still not let go of his sinister plan to murder my mother's boyfriend, so he put a pistol in his pocket and drove to that guy's favorite bar. Fortunately for the man and my father, he wasn't there. My father never missed an opportunity to fuel his rage with alcohol, so he waited and drank. The waitress spiked one of my father's drinks because the next thing he remembered was waking up in the parking lot of the Purple Peacock Bar across town. I guess it wasn't my father's time to die. I remembered this incident later in life when I, too, had several close calls with death. I always asked myself that same question. Why wasn't this my time to die? A week later, my father was talking to a couple of deputies, and they dared him to shoot and kill my mother's boyfriend. They said they'd call it self-defense. Daddy figured it was a double cross, and soon he lost all interest in killing the guy. He also lost interest in my mom and his family. He went his way and we went ours. Years would pass before I would meet him. And now it comes to the part of his evil stepfather. This is like a big figure, and there's some interesting stuff about him, but he calls him Mr. K in this book. This is chapter 2, A Birth, Two Deaths, and a Marriage. He says, given the chaotic circumstances surrounding my conception, my mother could have easily justified an abortion had that option been available, but he was born in 1965 with a birth deformity called funnel chest. He had a concave chest kind of thing. He was a small, sickly boy, and blah, blah, blah. He had 2 brothers and a sister, Tony, Mike, and Debbie. And it says, in spite of her difficult circumstances, my mother loved being a mom and cared a lot for us kids. She was only 22, and she was forced to get right back to work as a beautician while we stayed in the back of a nursing home or with friends. While Mama worked 14-hour days, my siblings and I found ourselves with a young African-American girl who took wonderful care of us. Today, I'm so thankful for her and for the nanny because they inadvertently prevented us from being infected by the extreme prejudice between blacks and whites that existed then and sadly still exists now in many areas of the South. So he was cured of racism. That's good. Mm-hmm. When I was 18 months old, Mama lost her 2 brothers. At age 18, Lionel contracted rheumatic fever and died of pneumonia. Then, about a month later, Victor J., 24, lost control of his street racing Mustang on a bridge and landed upside down in a creek. His head got pinned under 6 inches of water, and he drowned. The deaths devastated Mama. And let's see. So she had named him after his uncle, Victor J. Let's see. So he talks about, okay, here we go. Through my mama's struggle with these untimely deaths, she developed a longing in her heart to know God. She began searching for a relationship with Jesus Christ. She was also feeling overwhelmed with 4 children to support, and she actually had to let her Aunt Dora take care of us for a while. Mama cried many nights because it hurt her so much to give us up, but she knew that one day she'd get us all back together again. They're really like J.D. Vance childhood kind of.
Yeah, he even has a Meemaw, I think.
Yeah, he does. He does have a Meemaw. Here we go. this part is mostly dropped, like this biographical information about Mr. K, the stepfather. So he says, after many months, Mama met a man who was to become her second husband. Mr. K was a former military man. He had been trained by the National Security Agency. At least that's what he told us. In a conflict, his task was to go on covert operations. He would get dropped behind enemy lines with instructions to extract information and eliminate key enemies. So he's basically like a phoenix.
Yeah.
Like, this is another weird thing where people in the past, the way they talk about the NSA is that it's like a super secret assassin force that like nobody knows about. But nowadays we think about it as like signals intelligence and like computer things. I guess maybe he's from this previous era of no such agency. I mean, it sounds like his stepfather, if true. We don't know if he's lying.
There's many
his grandfather was lying.
layers of possible lie here.
Right.
Like the stepfather could have lied. He could be lying. I mean, this guy is definitely like a hardcore fabulist.
Yeah. Another thing he has in common with Graham Plattner, just like even beyond politics, like he loves lying. And that's like not good, folks. It's not good. No matter your party affiliation.
This guy, like, I would say Graham Plattner, like, he is like more of your typical lying politician. This guy, I almost feel like is, I wouldn't necessarily call him a pathological liar, but he has like a different incentive structure than Graham Plattner, where I would say like his incentive structure has like a higher like, you know, like a lower threshold of a higher tolerance for bullshit, or lower threshold for bullshit, like whatever you want to call it. But yeah, like
there's a bit of evangelical takia, you could say.
There's that evangelical quality. You know, it's like that sort of what passes muster in like a testimony. Yeah, you know, like like this kind of like the Mike Warnke kind of like I was brought up like my stepfather was a Satanist, he was a warlock, and no one's gonna like
his father
or like do oppo research on you.
Just to be clear, his father was a occultist warlock.
His father was a warlock. Yes,
but
actually,
but
it seems like his stepfather was also kind of a warlock, to be honest, or like into some like most bad guys in the world of most people who like have evil aspects of them. Yeah. Like as he said, everything wicked comes from Satan. And like it is, that's not like metaphorical or necessarily figurative, like in his world in any way, or like kind of there's no majaz aspect to this. This is like very much like they actually like are kind of possessed by demons, a lot of the time, like it
shouldn't surprise us that people
it's a heavy aspect of this,
do evil things are kind of attracted to dark power, like that kind of shit. But listen to this. I think it's interesting because I can't find any recent articles that kind of mention the entire context of his evil stepfather. And he'll talk about his evil stepfather and how he was evil, but he leaves out the military man, NSA, like he was a Phoenix program assassin type guy. He leaves that part out nowadays, which almost thinks, like, I do think he lies a lot, but like, it's interesting that he cuts that part out of the story now, because I don't know. For me, we'll see as we go through the story that like there is like a PTK vibe to some of this. Like if part of it's true, like this guy is almost like a child of PTK. Like he grew up in this like weird like mafia pimp, but also like military assassin environment, and was whatever. But anyway, so. He says, like, the stepfather said he'd been trained by the National Security Agency, or at least that's what he told us. In a conflict, his task was to go in, eliminate key enemies, whatever. Mr. K claimed that he was sent into missions armed only with a boot knife and a wire with grips on both ends to kill his enemies by stabbing, strangling, or even decapitation. What a job! I don't know if he was lying, but I sure believed it was true. When I was 3 years old, Mr. K married my mother. I suppose we had high hopes because finally our family was reunited and provided for in our hour of need. After the wedding, our family settled in Lafayette, hoping to live happily ever after. My stepfather began working in sales and all seemed good. Little did we know that our new father, who had a college degree, loved Ernest Hemingway novels, and had a great mastery of the English language, would dump some serious problems on us that would nearly destroy our family. And then, Chapter 3, The Devil in the Drink. Mr. K had begun his marriage to my mother on the right foot. He even quoted John 3:16 from the Bible to her, for God so loved the world, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Mama liked that because faith in God meant a lot to her, especially in the hard times. She remembered the Sunday she had gone to Northside Baptist Church in Lafayette and made a commitment to Jesus Christ. But Mama's hopes for a church-going family were derailed when her new husband's dark side was revealed. Mr. K was an alcoholic, and his drinking scared all of us to death. Some people get silly and stupid when they get drunk. Not this man. He would get mean and violent. He was regularly unfaithful to my mother. There's much worse stuff he'd do, but I'll tell you about that later. When we lived in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, my mama decided she'd had enough. She suspected he was cheating with one of her best friends, and sure enough, she caught him red-handed in a motel room. Out of respect for my mama, I will not tell you all the details of that event. Let me just say that my stepfather always seemed to get away with his evil, but the cheating woman did not get off so easy. I think you get the picture. He's always alleging that, his family members were, lynching people for being, for, crossing lines. I think he'll get to that shortly. But he just casually kind of throws in things like he likes to say that, we made him cry a little bit. And it's like a euphemism for, killing people or something. Anyways, I'm not sure why, but my mama stuck with this man for several years despite the cheating. They even had 2 daughters. I loved my little sisters, even though I was mean to them at times. Blah, blah, blah. Mr. K eventually became a bail bondsman. The word around town was that when guys didn't pay him back, he'd beat them up until they gave him what they owed. This was how our new dad supported his family of 8. Great way to bring home the bacon, isn't it? Don't read this section if you're easily disturbed. Just skip to the next chapter, okay? But some people who have been traumatized will find help by working through this difficult part of my story with me. I told you that Mr. K had claimed he had been trained in covert operations and methods of interrogation techniques. Well, he practiced torture and mind control on me, and when I was about 3.5 and 7 years old. All right, here we go. That's also not really talked about. The torture, torture, yes, but the mind control, no. He also molested me. I wasn't his only victim, and I don't exactly know what he did to other kids. But with me, his methods included suffocation, near drowning in the bathtub, sleep deprivation, and extreme physical pain administered so carefully that it left no marks or evidence. This was no petty stuff. Just ask the trauma counselor I went to many years later. This little kid was face to face with some of the worst stuff that Satan has to offer. Life is crazy when the person a child looks to as protector becomes the abuser. Suddenly, nothing is safe or sane anymore. This is where he gets into talking about the dissociative identity disorder with a kind of Christian gloss. He says, like many abused and molested children, I developed ways of coping with this terror. I'd sleep in secret places, under blankets, and the cracks of couches so that he couldn't find me. My mind learned to dissociate itself from reality. It's called splitting. My brain would split into different realities. In one compartment of my mind, I was just a regular boy, carefree and fun-loving. Then there was that other dark compartment, the awful reality of this abuse and torture. Somehow I learned to shut it out and deny that dark reality. It's a coping skill that I used all the way into my adult years. As an adult, I eventually had to undergo the care of a psychiatrist and psychologist, but eventually it came back to haunt me through nightmares and flashbacks, anxiety, and panic attacks. It's like holding a beach ball underwater. You can do it for so long until a wave comes which causes the ball to pop up and out. If you think my life is off to a bad start, you're right, but it doesn't mean it couldn't get any worse. And now, an Arctic assault in Mississippi, Chapter 5. Okay. Now, this is one of these, lynching events, okay? When I was 5 years old, a terrible incident occurred from which I barely survived. We were living in Mississippi, and I was spending the summer on a commercial chicken farm that belonged to the parents of my stepfather. One day, I was playing outside barefoot. For fun, I stuck chicken feathers in a corn cob and tossed it high up in the air. A tenant worker came up to me and asked what I was doing. I told him I was just playing. Let me show you something in this house, he said. He pointed to the egg house with the commercial cooler for storing eggs. I hadn't seen this man before. He lived with his parents down the road from my grandparents. They were dirt poor and made what money they could collecting Coke bottles for redemption value. The woman was over 300 pounds, and her husband was a thin man who always smoked hand-rolled cigarettes. Their adult son was the man who lured me into the building. I always assumed he was a child of inbreeding because of his slight mental retardation. I didn't like how he smelled like chicken manure. The The green building was off limits to me, but I went with this man out of childlike curiosity. Once inside the building, slam! He'd shut the door behind us. Immediately, I sensed something wasn't right. He said, "Let me tell you something. This is what we're going to do, and if you don't do it, I'm going to kill you." Then he began to molest me. I cried, "No, no, no." I fought with my fists and kicked and screamed. This man persisted but wouldn't let me go. All the while, I kept trying to fight him, but I was just a 5-year-old kid. Finally, he dragged me into a large commercial cooler. He opened the door, threw me inside, and locked the big metal door. This is like dramatized in the movie, right? Of like, this is the first, not the first thing, but like, this is a big thing that happened to him. So he was like stuck in this thing and he thought he was going to freeze to death. It was super terrifying. Eventually his family like goes looking for him and finds him, and then he was like passed out by that point and like kind of really cold. So they kind of like nursed him back to consciousness. Then he says, when my cousins and other family members found out what had happened to me, they went after the child molester at his parents' house. First, they tore through the screen door and started to beat him mercilessly in front of his parents, who did nothing. Then they tied his hands and feet and began to drag him behind a tractor. A rope was tossed over a limb as the child molester cried for mercy. "Please don't kill me! Please don't kill me!" The noose was tied around his neck, and he was lifted off the ground. They let him swing until he passed out. Thankfully, they let him down before he died. Soon the child molester and his family moved away, and we never saw them again. Yeah, he really like walks through it like wistfully about like, I mean, in a way it's kind of like it's a family tradition to hunt down pedos and like do country justice. And he's like, this is the tree, this is the great, tree where we hung the rope around the tractor and like lynched him and like, but we just let him go after he passed out, like kind of thing. But it's just another sign of like, okay. Then next part, grooming and guardian angels. He was a little like Peck's bad boy, I guess, and blah, blah, blah. He found an older friend in grade school, and I think he was grooming him so that he could be molested, and one day, like, he did try to molest him, and the kid is like, it's our secret, blah, 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 and he was molested by this kid, and he felt guilt and shame, for letting it happen. And
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Okay, yeah, I'll keep reading. He goes on here. Soon my family moved to Richburg Hills, Mississippi. My stepfather's drunkenness was causing all kinds of trouble. I remember one night when my parents got in a big fight. It felt to me as if a cloud of evilness had invaded our home. My older brother, who was 14 at the time, picked up my toy Davy Crockett long rifle, snapped it in two, and went out to hit my dad with a wooden stock. "Get away from my mom," my brother shouted. "Leave her alone." I ran into the garage, shaking with fear. I didn't see all that happen because my mother and brothers took me to bed. I continued to shake violently. So he was having like the shakes and like panic attacks and things like that. Another time he whipped everybody because one of his work tools went missing. He whipped all the siblings. And let's see, it all ended one Saturday night when I was 10 years old. My stepfather was working as a bail bondsman, and he always carried a pistol. The indoor and outdoor house lights were on when my stepfather came home, and that's something he would not tolerate. He became enraged about all the energy we were wasting. He was angry and said the electric bill was too high, so he pulled out his gun and began shooting the outside lights. Bullets were flying everywhere. My mom rushed us into a closet. Mama kept whispering, "Don't cry, don't make a sound." Then she confronted my stepfather. "Please don't do this," she said. My stepfather screamed, "You kids come out of the closet." Then I heard my mother begin to pray fervently. "The blood of Jesus covers the door. The blood of Jesus covers the door." My stepfather tried to bully his way through the doorway, but at that moment, an invisible wall stopped him cold at the threshold. He could not penetrate our sanctuary. We knew the Lord had posted a guardian angel at the doorway. After a few failed attempts to reach us, my stepfather gave up and walked away cussing and yelling. When he disappeared into his bedroom, Mama said, "We're going to run." But my older sister Debbie wasn't home, and Mama had to warn her. Just then the telephone rang, and Mama ran to pick up the phone. Assuming it was my sister, Mama shouted, "Debbie, don't come home." To my mother's horror, it was not my sister, but my stepfather. Sounding deep and demonic, he roared, "Rita, you come in our room now. We're going to finish this now." He was on the extension phone in the bedroom. Thinking fast, Mama said, "Okay, but I need to go to the bathroom first." Then she hurried us out of the closet, telling us to be quiet. She opened a window, and one by one, we all climbed out. We ran in the darkness to a neighbor's house. And then, when his older brother Tony came home, he found a note saying they had moved. And I guess he ended up moving to the woods because he didn't know where his family went. He later went on to be one of the toughest karate and street fighters Victor Marx has ever known. So they hid out in Jackson, Mississippi for a little while. Then, he was in middle school. I guess he must circle back to his stepfather getting him to shoot somebody, which I think happened when he was 7. But yeah, maybe he's saving that for the big reveal of the horrible thing. So he moved to Clinton, Mississippi in 6th grade. And his mom was working again. They were very poor. He started hanging out with some bad boys. He started breaking into schools and stealing stuff. He got kind of involved in like drinking, doing drugs and things like that when he was relatively young, smoking pot, things of that nature. He says, I was slowly sliding into a trap that had destroyed more men, women, and families than I could even begin to imagine. So let's see. Yeah, going down here. He punched out a boy who slapped his sister. And yeah, so getting involved in little violent activities. Then his mom married a third husband who he hated. The man had just gotten out of the Navy, where he had been a cook. He owned a restaurant and a drive-through liquor store called the Beer Barn in Jackson. The guy wasted no time putting me to work at his restaurant, bussing tables, etc. He taught him how to cook. But in time, his behavior grew more and more irrational. He put a chain on our freezer at home so we couldn't, quote, steal any food. He pulled the spark plug wires off our cars so we couldn't drive. After just 3 months of marriage, my mother finally announced, kids, we're out of here. So yeah, let's see. Then he went to 8th grade. She married another man. He was a commercial diver for one of the largest oil companies in the Gulf of Mexico. Interesting. He was a quiet man, part Native American, and he had no children. Victor Marx actually kind of liked him because he was like nice, and he was gone a lot, doing dives for oil companies. Blah blah blah. He was like the first like good, not bad stepdad they have. He said, when I was a kid, it was just when you thought everything was fine that weird stuff started happening again. I have a horrible memory during this time of a teenage friend who killed herself with a shotgun. And he was like taken by the police to like identify the body. He also says, I remember our sweet neighbor lady who was abducted, raped, and later found in a field, brutally murdered. I'll never forget one night when I was awakened by a drunken friend of the family who was trying to molest me. I freaked out and went ape crazy, grabbing a 2x4 piece of wood from the garage. Then I commenced with the intention to beat the hell out of him. My older brother Mike walked in and found what happened. He took a turn and started beating on the punk. Then Mike dumped his bashed up body outside the guy's own house in the wee hours in the morning. This kind of junk was becoming a normal part of childhood for me. Sick, isn't it? Yeah, so dipping tobacco and slaying suitors. He starts dipping tobacco. They move back to Louisiana eventually. It's just like, it's a tough life. I mean, I believe that, people can grow up in like lives like this where it's like a kind of an endless cycle of like, abuse and poverty and kind of instability and blah, blah, blah. It's funny how much he's talking about all these like little things that are much more believable. He kind of skips past the I had to shoot somebody, though, unless I'm forgetting that he like opens the book with that as like, that's what I had to do. I also haven't seen him talk about having to cut the head off a cat yet. But I almost do wonder if like, did he get that? He went to like therapy and stuff like that later in like young adulthood. I kind of wonder like, did he remember any of this through like regression therapy or hypnosis?
Or
perhaps?
Did he just like, I mean, I could see like some kind of like evangelical equivalent of that where like you are like encouraged to like release your attachments or whatever, where you're just kind of like put on the spot and you conjure up a story, like, or you could have just invented it, or I guess it could have happened. I don't know. It seems to strain credulity a little bit, but
but
I guess it's not totally impossible. I don't know how a 3-year-old could have beheaded a cat, to be honest.
Yeah, I find that
like,
that's a real stretch. and it's kind of vaguely occultic and kind of voodoo-esque, but yeah. I mean, he's been challenged on that. Like, do you have any proof? Like, now that he in his campaign, and he kind of says like, well, when I was an adult, I went and confessed to the sheriff's office in Mississippi,
and they deny that they ever,
they never had a missing person. It's pretty rural county. They never had any missing person reports around that time, and there's no body that's ever been found. So it's really just kind of his word that this happened, right? But he talks about it quite frequently, and I think going back to like his kind of motivational speaking career earlier on, where he was going to a lot of like juvenile hall type like troubled teen environments, often like prisons, and he was doing demonstrations with like doing his cool karate and like gun disarming, but then talking about his own life story, and he would always hit him with like, that is like a big, I mean, I don't know if you ever had like speakers like that. I kind of did, coming, being in like Catholic high school, but like a speaker that would come in and they'd have like some like anecdote in their life story that is like, whoa, like a tragedy that happened to them, where everyone's like, oh my God, whoa.
I think
like,
I might have talked about, I'm not sure if I talked about this on the show, if I feel like I must have told you about it. Like, when I was in high school, this group came, and I think that they did like go to churches as well, but they did like maybe a slightly different, I don't know how much different it could have been. Maybe they just like were more explicit about the Jesus aspect, but it still was very much like kind of like had a sort of supernatural, like prophetic kind of cast to it. It was a program called Rachel's Challenge.
Okay.
Have you, like, it was based on this girl, Rachel Scott, who was killed in Columbine.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of this.
Yeah.
This was big in the like Christian world in general.
Yes,
This is a huge thing.
And even I went to a public high school, like we had high taxes, where I grew up, so it wasn't like, but just saying like,
you're not Plattnering.
Anyway,
we get it.
But in the public school system with the rest of the proles, even then we were subjected to we were all dock workers. In between our dock working class and our Maoist podcasting class, we had to go to this assembly where they, they talked to us. Like, they said that basically they like heavily implied that Rachel like foresaw Columbine, like through like some kind of like divine bequest. Like, she drew like a doodle where there was like a rose that had like 13 bloody thorns or something.
My God.
Or like there was an eye above it crying like 13 tears or something like that. And those like 13 people died in Columbine, including the 2 shooters.
Damn.
Yeah.
They were doing some Christian entryism with that. I think that whole movement.
She wrote in her like her notebook like that, like she traced her hands or something, and she said like one day these hands will touch millions of hearts, and like, wow, the prophecy was fulfilled by Rachel's challenge and like her martyrdom. Like she was like, she wasn't like this didn't actually happen, but like there were those types of stories. Like, actually, fun deep Swiftie fact, Taylor Swift actually wrote a song about this, like about these kind of evangelical urban legends that were recirculating at the time, because she was like very, kind of in that type of environment, like being a country music fan from Pennsylvania.
What song was it?
It's like it's an unreleased song, but it's called like Didn't They Pray Too or something, and it's like kind of actually about having doubt in God, because these imaginary people, like the girl in Columbine who said, yes, I do believe in God, and like was martyred, like, and also the guy who stood up on Flight 93 or whatever and said like, wow, you're here to die for your God? That's interesting. My God died for me. Like, all these like
just
these
made
are
up.
like kind of evangelical chainmail stories. Like, I guess Taylor, read all these and believed them, and she wrote a song. But like, I guess she took the wrong message from them, which is like, why did they have to be sacrificed? Like, they were such good Christians. Like, why would God do this? But yeah.
Interesting.
But anyway, so that was kind of like she was the subject of some of those urban legends, but they didn't tell us that Harris or Klebold like said to her like, do you believe in God? And she bravely said yes, like, because it was like the parents and stuff, so I don't think they were gonna stoop to the level of like making up stories necessarily about their own daughter beyond what they could kind of you know, believe reasonably from their worldview, but yeah, like she definitely was part. It still kind of had that flavor.
Yeah. 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 It's I forget, what were we talking about before the Rachel Columbine girl?
We were talking about these kind of like evangelical. It came up in the context of these kind of evangelical, like, you know, events. You asked if like anyone in that, you know, if I ever had anyone like speakers like that come. Yeah, and yes.
Right. It's just his history in doing this. Yeah.
Totally.
So
no, exactly.
You could see it like,
he's kind of the more hardcore version where it's like, you know, listen, like,
and he was a bad boy. Like, he did crimes and drugs and got in fights as a teenager, and then but eventually joined the Marines, I think from 83 to 85, and I think maybe while he was still in the Marines is when he got like saved and became an evangelical Christian, and also when he met his twin flame and partner Eileen, who is like his business partner and kind of co-minister up to this day, and they both got saved like around the same time.
He felt a calling to go to the Marines, but he was disgusted. Like, or he, you know, much like Plattner, he like, you know, wasn't like he wanted to experience at the time, but he couldn't.
Much like Plattner, he went back for more after his formal military service into the kind of murky world of mercenary shit.
Yeah, can we read a little bit of like, you know, because people in the chat are asking, like, you know, or sort of talking about what I mean when I'm talking about the, you know, the literal quality of his demonic beliefs. I feel like that hasn't like quite come through yet, but I think this is the perfect kind of a demonstration of that. Hold on, let me go to the relevant chapter in his Dangerous Gentleman book.
Right.
Because
which is more about his latter year career from like 2012 doing this international work.
Like ministry, but also kind of it sort of actually overlaps with like he kind of was like or at least as he portrays himself, it seems like he was there in more of like a civilian role, you know, like many of these people who kind of make up you know, a common thing, but he was there to help the Kurds.
I do want to talk about that. There's a lot. He built up his brand a lot on fighting ISIS, like in some cases calling in an airstrike on and killing 70 ISIS terrorists and saving thousands
like
of
40,000 Yazidis or something.
He was primarily based with and seemed to be collaborating with the KRG and the Peshmerga, not unlike Seth Frantzman, another interesting parallel there. But then it did eventually go into Syria and like work with Syrian Kurds as well. And I forget the name. We'll like circle back to this, but the gigantic detention center, the ID. I found a video of him like posting on Facebook saying that our like operations center or our outreach center or whatever at that center, which is where they corralled like all of these like both I guess ISIS fighters, but also like the civilians, like the family members, just like thousands and thousands of people in this like human, like literally I guess like concentration camp basically, like they're not allowed to leave it, and put right at their like it's technically controlled by the SDF Kurds and American Special Forces, but they had like that's one of the few like specifics I got from like where was he like literally based, and it was like adjacent to that camp to go in and try to like convert the, you know, children and like the wives of like ISIS fighters to like become Christian. And their operation center got like bombed at one point, or like somebody like blew it up, and then he was like soliciting money to rebuild it. But that's kind of it's like I don't know. That's a deep in the cut place, a very dark place to like be doing your like missionary work with like a captive population of these like stateless.
Yeah, well, it seems like he was. Yeah, there's many aspects to it, but like, you know, he wants to, like, part of it is like the sort of desire for danger, and also like I think he was originally sort of invited by Dave Eubank, who maybe we'll talk about later on. But you know, this is just kind of a representative story of his time in Iraq, and maybe we'll talk about Syria later. So this is from chapter 2 of this book called From the Jaws of Lions. It was after midnight in Mosul, Iraq, 2017. The fighting that day had been intense, and so had the fighting in the preceding weeks and months. My team and I were operating deep inside the old city with Dave Eubank and some of his Free Burma Rangers, and a man named General Mustafa, head of the 9th Armored Brigade from the Iraqi forces, with whom we worked informally. It was our last day, and we were preparing to leave. There was a lot to do and a lot to think about. The night wasn't exactly cool, but several of us were enjoying the relative peace of the courtyard at our forward operating base, FOB, a 3-story house we converted for the purpose. It was your usual Iraqi fixer-upper. Windows blown out, no electricity, no swimming pool, no free breakfast, not a lot of amenities. But a nice wall provided reasonable protection for any ambitious ISIS guys who wanted a quick trip to the afterlife via a suicide attack. Whenever you're in a combat zone, you never really sleep or rest deeply. Your mind stays on some level of alert. The sounds of mortars and explosions, the smells of burning things, oil, rubber, houses, and worse, are never far away. I strolled around, decompressing from our humanitarian operations that day. Then something, or rather, someone, caught my attention. A guy was sitting on the ground with his hands tied behind his back, looking most unhappy to be there. He wore white shorts and a white t-shirt, and he had the full ISIS beard and shaved mustache that their sect of extremism requires. Most ISIS combatants fought till they died, so it was unusual to see that our guys had captured a prisoner. Must be a low-level fighter, some unfortunate jihadist they nabbed, I thought. But the soldiers and guards around him were taking a strong interest in this guy, particularly with their fists and open hands to his face. That got my attention. I walked over to General Mustafa, the flinty, much-feared man in charge of everything happening in that area. "Who is that guy?" I asked. "An ISIS commander," Mustafa said with muted but evident satisfaction. This news surprised me. "No kidding?" I asked. I looked at the guy again. Mustafa nodded to indicate that it was true. He had been captured before, but he escaped, he said, and implicit in his tone was the fact that the man would not escape this time. As an ISIS commander, the man was responsible for hundreds and maybe thousands of deaths. I learned later that he had planned and strategized major attacks on Iraqi and U.S. forces. Now, somehow, he'd been caught alive, a rarity in that war. Something occurred to me, and as usual, I asked before giving myself a chance to fully think it through, or chicken out. "Can I speak to him for a little bit?" I asked. Mustafa thought about that for a moment, with his usual stoic, cold look on his face. But this time, I'd been shot at, mortared, and specifically targeted by ISIS, and I had done my share of returning fire. They knew who I was and hated me. The way I saw it was, if you chose to make war on innocent people, killing men and raping and enslaving women and girls, then you gave up your right to longevity and a peaceful life, especially if you voluntarily came to a battlefield and started shooting at me when I was bringing aid and comfort to your victims. I didn't think twice about using my gun to hurt people's feelings in those kinds of situations. But even in the midst of war, my prayer was always, "Lord, I just want to pray for ISIS guys and lead them to you. Would you give me a chance to do that? That would be the highest, coolest thing." God had never given me that opportunity, but now it sat right in front of me. Mustafa would allow it. The man I admired so much nodded slowly. "Sure, Victor. For you, anything," he said. Grinning at the opportunity, I wasted no time walking over to the ISIS commander. My Belgian Malinois scout, probably the deadliest mammal at the compound. Oh, I guess it's a breed of dog.
Oh, who he brought to the debate and put behind him with wearing like a flak jacket, and it's named Reagan. And
yeah, I guess this is a new one. This one's called Scout. That's a new one. This one's called Scout.
Okay.
Trotted along beside me. With us were Mo, my interpreter, and Hassan, my personal Iraqi bodyguard and dear friend. Both men were highly experienced and respected by the CIA, FBI, and Delta Force, with whom they had worked extensively. I was honored to have them on our team. It's not often you see a man you know is about to die. Already, Iraqi army guys were smacking the ISIS commander around like a cheap mannequin. Others gawked and grinned at him knowingly. When I approached, he looked up at me as if expecting another punch to the face. Instead, I put Scout right next to him for a moment, just to set the parameters of our interaction. She was breathing on his neck like, "I will rip your face off of your skull if you make a move toward anyone." She had that happy, deadly look. Having Scout there did a few things. It secured the scene so the Iraqi guys could fade back without fear that the ISIS commander might try something on me. It also had a psychological effect. I knew this was going to come into play. A lot of Muslims don't like dogs, and nobody likes violent dogs who are right up against their grill. Scout was a destabilizing factor, which might help me break through to this guy in the conversation I wanted to have. It's interesting that he noticed that, he noted that not all Muslims dislike dogs. But anyway, I sat down in front of him.
Just a little Abu Ghraib here.
Yeah, I guess, from his, experience with his friends Mo and Mustafa. I guess maybe not all Muslims are bad, although I guess they are all demonic, as he's about to show. I sat down in front of him and looked in his face. At first, he avoided my gaze. Most people assume terrorists are inhuman monsters, but I've met my share and found they're guys with families, beliefs, and life goals like anyone else.
Wow.
What a breakthrough. They have beliefs and families. It's a strange thing to realize. I mean, I guess, there are people on the left who could stand to learn this fact.
Yeah.
When coming face to face with a deadly enemy, that you're both human. Still, this guy was in no mood to get to know anybody. And when he saw I was an American, hatred spilled out of his eyes toward me. Why do you hate me? I asked him through Mo. It wasn't much of an icebreaker. The guy stayed silent. Scout panted loudly next to his face. I couldn't help thinking, this guy was leading the unit that's been shooting at me, mortaring our team, and dropping rounds on us. But my goal now wasn't to do harm or get even. It was something far greater. Have you ever met an American? I asked. No, he replied. Have you ever met a Christian? No. Kind of unlikely, but all right. Then why do you hate me? Why do you say I hate you? I just met you, he said with predictable irritation. Now we were getting somewhere. Do you have a family? I asked. Yes. How many children? 4, all girls. Scout panted loudly. I nodded and listened. I am a family man too, I said. I have 5 children, 3 girls and 2 sons. I let that sink in for a moment, maybe to soften the ground. Then I continued, can I ask you some questions? I'm not ISIS, he retorted. I rolled my eyes and prayed. Lord, just warm this guy's heart and give me the words. It's interesting. I wonder if that, who knows, really, right?
If he really was a quote-unquote ISIS commander.
Yeah, right. I mean, again, you got to bear in mind the layers of possible deception involved here. And the story is about to get, going a different direction. Okay. Regardless of what you are, you're apparently not going to live very much longer, I said evenly. Are you sad if your wife becomes a widow and your children are orphans? Over there, kids are considered orphans if they don't have a dad. Women seldom get remarried, and it's hard for them to get work, so they are essentially widows for the rest of their lives. Inshallah, the man replied, whatever God wants. I looked at him a little closer and saw he was pretty torn up from the beating and the battle. You thirsty? I asked. Yes, he said. I got a bottle of water and uncapped it. Holding it over his head, I poured it carefully into his waiting mouth. He swallowed it eagerly. The moment hit me with force, and the scripture about giving your enemies a drink of water flashed through my mind. How rare it was to actually do it. I've seen the evil things these guys do to women and children, I thought. Yet here I am taking care of his personal need at probably his worst moment. Hatred for ISIS surged within my heart, a familiar feeling. But along with it welled up compassion for a man in the last moments of life, heading toward an eternity where, I believed, he would be shocked to realize that he was separated from a loving God forever. Greater than my hatred was my strong desire that he became a brother in Christ while he still had the chance. Lord, pour your grace through me for this man, I prayed. Please speak to him as only you can. The guy swallowed another mouthful of water. I poured more. Gunfire rat-a-tatted in the distance. Voices were audible from the casualty collection point down the street. An old garage turned into a little mobile hospital and morgue. Lying there were ones who'd been caught in the gunfire that day. Innocent kids and soldiers alike. No, I think that actually, it's epic and only ISIS people die. They're all demons. Anyway, this is actually what some of our comrades believe. Anyway, ISIS was using chemical warfare a lot then, and guys came in regularly with lungs burning from the gas. The man drinking water from my bottle was behind all that and more, but he also had a soul, and he was thirsty. Why did you join? I asked him when he was done. My brother left first, then my friends. He said. There was pressure to fight. You became very good, I said. He nodded or shrugged. It was hard to tell which. What would you want me to tell the other young men who were thinking about joining ISIS, I asked. He got very quiet and thoughtful, seemingly aware this might be his last opportunity to share whatever wisdom he'd gained in his life. Then he looked at me and said, tell them, do not come to the darkness. Wow, I thought. That's about as real as it gets. I took the opening and asked a deeper question. What happens to you next? Because you're going to die, I informed him. Our conversation was only delaying the inevitable. The Iraqi army guys had been ready to shoot him in the head before I came up. Inshallah, he repeated. I know you care for your family, I said. I can see it. Do you mind if I pray for them? Yes, please, he said to my surprise. Okay, I said, again wasting no time. I prayed for his family, that God would bless them and keep them safe, that his girls would grow up and be great people, great mothers in a peaceful society, that his wife would live to see many days and would know joy. I finished. He seemed so open that I got a little bolder with him. Can I pray for you? I asked. He looked at me a moment and then said, yes, why not? Do you mind if I share with you what I believe is going to happen to me when I die? I asked. Sure. I believe I have what is called the assurance of salvation through the person of Jesus Christ, I said. You know him as a prophet. I know him as the prophet and the Son of God. Then I shared the simple gospel, how Jesus had come to redeem men to God. We're all sinners saved only by his grace and his finished work on the cross. I was well aware that for Muslims, the cross was a hitch in the giddy-up when it comes to the gospel. They don't like knowing that Jesus died. If he's God, he can't die, I'd heard them say. Gods don't die. Well, they're right. So I tried to explain to this guy in a way that he could handle, and he seemed to kind of get it. I wasn't sure, but I asked anyway. Would you like me to pray for you so that you have assurance of salvation like me? Yes, please, he replied. I immediately catapulted into the sinner's prayer and had him repeat it after my interpreter. I cannot believe this is happening, I thought. It's like a dream come true. I am leading an ISIS commander to Christ before he dies. And furthermore, I'm not dead myself. I am a sinner, I said. God, I am a sinner, he repeated. I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I'm asking you to forgive me. I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I'm asking you to forgive me, he said. I know you will because of what your son did for me. I know you will because of what your son did for me. I give you my life. I give you my life, and I thank you, and I thank you in Jesus' name. He stopped. Instead of repeating in Jesus' name, he began to shake his head no. Then something strange gripped him. His face became contorted, morphing into a hardened, angular mask within seconds. Holy cornflakes, I thought. What is happening here?
Oh my God.
Scout stood up higher, staring at him intently like, make a move on anyone and I will do whatever I need to disable and offend you. I am a dog and I get to go to heaven, period. There is no judgment for pets. I and those around me watched as that man transformed in front of our eyes. Muscles bulged out of his forehead. His eyes narrowed. Stranger still, his ears got pointy. I don't know how else to say it. His ears started sticking up out of his head and looking sharp like a troll's. Someone else in the courtyard caught photos of the transformation, and it's all there in living color from start to finish. I'd seen this kind of thing in frontline ministry back in the United States, so it was no secret to me what was going on. But what happened next took all of us by surprise. With a quick movement and an audible sound, the guy snapped the zip ties off his wrist behind his back. I had never seen that before, and I haven't since. I couldn't do it myself. He popped off military-grade cuffs like they were threads. Then he rolled forward, hands liberated, and started to make a move on us. Unarmed, he was still deadly and knew how to kill people in unconventional ways. Scanning the ground for something to turn into a weapon, a rock, a chunk of concrete, a piece of metal, his mind was operating at warp speed. If he charged me, I knew he would go for the Glock pistol visibly stuffed into the front of my pants. Or he might go hand to hand and turn this into a hostage situation, with me as the hostage. All I knew was this guy had just exercised superhuman strength, and now we were reacting to him. Scout lunged for him as Hassan pulled out his pistol. Nine, I commanded the Scout in German. His dog, of course, speaks German, I guess.
Oh my God. A German is a German Shepherd? No, it was a different
Belgian.
dog. His dog now seems to be a German Shepherd.
Yeah, not wanting the guy to die yet. From the perimeter, Mustafa's personal bodyguards ran up full speed and tackled him, sending him back to the ground. I stood there dumbfounded, bewildered, and upset. Not my normal vibe. The prayer had me soaring on wings of hope. This terrorist had gone through the steps of salvation with me, almost to the finish line. He was on the verge, it seemed, of becoming a brother in Christ, just moments before his near-certain death. Now the situation had turned completely around, and I was stunned, unwilling to let that moment go. Put your weapons away, I kept shouting, not wanting the final opportunity to be gone if someone unloaded on him. It didn't take long for Mustafa's guys to establish control. They put the guy down hard and retied his hands behind his back. Then they rolled him up to a sitting position like before, but they weren't going anywhere now. The clock was ticking for this guy. I looked at his face. His ears, his eyes, and forehead looked normal again. Whatever had come over him was gone, and his manner was serene, almost contemplative. I drew close to him before they could stand him up and march him off. Okay, here's the deal, I said close to his face. There's no way God would bring me from America to a war zone in Iraq to see you captured at midnight, to share the gospel with you without you coming to faith in Jesus Christ. So listen, Jesus was on the cross with two criminals on either side, dying. One called out to him and Jesus saved his soul forever. I'm telling you now, you can call out to Jesus and he will save you. Do you hear me? Call out to Jesus before you die. That was the end. The guards yanked him up and walked him away. My time was over. So probably was his. Scout looked up at me and I felt crestfallen. Hassan turned to me, his pistol still at the ready and aimed at the ground. Boss, I'm very sorry, he said sincerely. I see the evil come on him and he changed. I like how this is like, in broken English. I see the evil come on him and he changed and he break out of his ties. I was going to just shoot him in the face, but I waited because you were saying very nice things to him. That was Hassan's way of describing what he'd seen, how I was praying for the guy. It's okay, I said. I could see in my mind what might have happened. In Jesus' name, bam, blood on me, blood the dog, a body someone had to bury, a body someone had to bury or burn. Don't worry about it, I said, but Hassan was not easy on himself. He had been the head of security for the finance minister of Iraq. His brother was killed by a car bomb, and in a country where trust is paramount, he had my trust completely. I didn't want to interrupt the nice things you were saying, he repeated, feeling terrible. I'm sorry for not shooting him in the face. It's okay, I'm glad you didn't, I said. I had more to say to him. Hassan, Mo, Scout, and I walked toward the building to get ready for the next day. When we would leave the war zone, I didn't hear a gunshot nearby, and I didn't know for sure what happened to the ISIS commander. I just hoped that whatever became of him, he'd heeded my words. Maybe I'll see him again one day.
Before they extrajudicially execute him, just for like,
well,
I mean, I know ISIS are
maybe
pretty bad guys,
you know,
but it's funny how casually he's like, yeah, they're just gonna like shoot him, and like, you know, like he seems to like accept.
Yeah, and
that
he may
the
not,
verdict.
you know, be an ISIS, like, you know, like who is this person, right?
Like
He's
it
a
sounds,
commander.
it sounds like
What
from
does
his
that
like
mean?
battle wounds that like perhaps he was like fighting with them, whether or not he was a commander. But it is still, it's a
Yeah.
funny thing with that war, right? Because like ISIS was not technically the army of a country, so you don't have the Geneva Convention. I get, and they were so flashy about violating sort of Geneva Convention norms that it sort of gave the license to everybody who was fighting them to do the same. And in a way, kind of a test case for like openly Gaza style tactics that people like that people reacted differently to, because ISIS was so like, we're gonna put out this video or just like take a bunch of Shias and like cut their heads off, or like light this Jordanian pilot on fire, or you know, like booby trap civilian areas, and haha, you know, so people felt like, oh, they're so bad, you got to fight fire with fire. And like, you look at what happened in Raqqa, in Mosul, where this guy was, right? You know, like that kind of indiscriminate drone bombing and like airstrikes, like leveling entire neighborhoods just to like kill everybody, or handing them off to like militias that would kill them and just like wipe them out, kind of was just accepted as like part of the game of fighting ISIS. That was like totally, whether you're a hecking leftist fighting ISIS or a right-wing evangelical maniac fighting ISIS, or you know, anything else, like there was this permissiveness around, you know, kind of, it's like they served a function of being a target where that was like okay to do. And
Totally. Yes, that's exactly like, and like, you know, like it, like I think that obviously there were like, you know, sick people in ISIS, and like it did attract like, you know, twisted people who like wanted to do like perverse and evil things to people. But like also there were a lot of people who got swept up in the Syrian civil war and like ended up like in whatever context, like, you know, even assuming that story is true, like to say like, oh, you know, my brother's like, who knows what group that guy joined first, you know what I mean? Like, who knows, like, what position he was in, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like,
or if
I just think like, and kind of the point I want to make is that like this story, even though in some ways, ironically, this guy does have like a greater sense of like the humanity of his enemy, and like a greater sort of mercy than some people, you know, who you would expect to have perhaps more would express. But I actually think that like, even like despite that, it does have this kind of like function of like complete like dehumanization still, like, but it kind of in a roundabout way. And this is like a very common thing. I feel like you see it in a lot of different contexts where like, I remember there was like a viral video going around like on like right-wing Twitter some years ago, which was like you know, like a sort of a, I think it was like an ICE, like, you know, like arrest or something, or like, you know, some kind of like it was like immigrants being forced into like a truck or something, and like you know, I guess they were like acting in a way that was like described as like demonic or whatever. It was like, look how they're demons, they're, you know, and this type of thing like is somewhat common, the idea that like all of your sort of like political enemies, or like sort of scapegoats, or like, you know, the targets of your political grievances are actually like evil spirits, you know what I mean? Like
they're demonically possessed or attached enemies coming for you.
And I'm not, again, like, you know, people who know the show, watch listen to the show, know I'm not denying there are spiritual realities, and you know that there are malevolent spirits. However, like, that is not a like fundamental fact, like, aspect of politics, whereas like or of human conflict, yeah, like la shaitani la bani adam, like the like to like suggest this is kind of the Bernard of Clairvaux thing of like, they are actually, you're not killing a person, you're actually killing evil.
Right. Which is,
yeah.
I think, that kind of rhetoric was like very common, talking about fighting the ISIS hordes, that they were, like kind of you're killing evil itself.
Yeah, exactly, right. Like it's not, you don't have to worry about killing a person, right? Like to the implication that, these people are actually like possessed by demons, is like a harmful one. Like not only is it like kind of a mystifying or like kind of obfuscates the reality of the situation, I think, but it also like can ultimately be, and I think, in terms of the political context, like this guy being like a speaker, and the story may not even be true in any way, but like that is kind of like the effect, is to kind of mystify the nature of politics in some way. But I also think like it there's despite the fact that there is this idea that all human life has value, it is this kind of has a dual effect, I think, this implication, and you can see it like sort of recurring throughout the story, and the idea that like in this context I don't have any problem with using my gun to hurt people's feelings and things
he
like
has
that,
a dual consciousness around like when it's like completely acceptable to like blow somebody away. I mean, actually, like very much so. And I think, let me see, I'm looking at a few articles. He lectured with like at the Army at one point, I think a few years ago, on resiliency, and kind of did his shtick for them.
Isn't the noun resilience?
Well, it's listed as resiliency is the name of it. Yeah.
Term.
Right. Like I forget there's another one. All Things Possible Ministries was kind of the organization that he founded. There was an interview with him, I think from 2017, from the middle of 2017, peak years in the kind of the Kurdistan adventurism, right, with Americans going over there, where he was interviewed on the 700 Club by Pat Robertson about his brave endeavors of missionary work in Kurdistan and Syria, and had him on to like basically, gas him up about all the ISIS children he was saving, and the women and children he was like saving, and jumping on both sides of the border there, working with these brave people, protecting the Yazidis. He's big about. It's funny, he like doesn't, he like gives them a pass for not being believers, but they're a group that he sets out to protect from ISIS, and they were attacked by ISIS. But again, this guy, by this point in his career, there's a kind of a big shift in his, because he's like a martial arts guy. He does this like Cajun Karate thing, which I think his dad was into it. And so his dad got saved and then also became like a karate expert, and then reunited with Victor Marx when he was like a young adult, and then like got him into this like Cajun Karate. And then he became like an, epic black belt, whatever. And then got into this like gun disarming stuff and doing these things. But then he says in The Dangerous Gentleman, around, I think it was 2012, when he has a chance encounter. Yeah, it says chapter 3, Frontline Ministry. He loves calling it that. This is after he talks about his insane time in like Mosul, Iraq, whatever. He says that I never wanted to go to Iraq. I never wanted to go to Burma. I never wanted to go into high-risk missions work, and I didn't even want to minister overseas. When it happened, it was one of the biggest surprises of my life, but something I felt strongly that God had created me to do. He has a way of orchestrating our massive life transitions, and in this case, he started with Dave Eubank. All right, this guy, very sus, like big figure, kind of somebody that Victor Marx follows in the footsteps of, I would say. So he says, it was 2012. I had never been to the Middle East or much of anywhere else outside the United States. My ministry up to that point had taken place almost entirely in American youth prisons. My wife Eileen and I were also working with veterans dealing with PTSD. People were becoming interested in my testimony because a movie about my life had just come out, the 2012 one, where he has the action scene. I would hold the record for the fastest two-handed gun grab, and a YouTube video of that was getting tens of millions of views, which was cool because it helped fund our ministry. That's funny. He went viral, I guess. I was living near Temecula, California at the time, and heard one day that Dave Eubank was coming to speak at the nearby Calvary Chapel, Marietta. I had read a book about Dave and his family, so I went to church that day real excited to hear his message and maybe even meet him. As it happened, we bumped into each other in the foyer before the service. But before I could introduce myself, he announced, "You're Victor Marx." "You're Dave Eubank," I responded, and then it got awkward as we kind of looked at each other. I started to think he was pulling my leg and being sarcastic, but then he said, "You're like a legend in Burma." "What?" I said. "No, you're known there," he assured me. I was certain he was joking. "I'm serious," he went on. I brought your DVD into the jungles of Burma, and we've shown it so many times at night with a player connected to a little solar-powered battery." "Really?" I was humbled to the ground. I couldn't believe I was hearing this from Dave Eubank. Let me tell you something. The Eubank family are the most incredible high-risk missionaries of the past century. He loves calling himself like a high-risk humanitarian and a high-risk missionary. Actually, he doesn't usually say missionary. He kind of hides. He denies that he's a pastor nowadays as a political candidate, which is really funny, like, given all of this stuff, right? Like, he's so open about being, like, a kind of pastor, but he's like, I'm never technically a pastor. Anyways, no one ministers at the level of danger or the scale of operations they do. Dave and his wife raised their children as combat missionaries in Burma. Their lives are like something out of an adventure novel, but it's all real. I predict that dozens of books will be written about Dave and his family by the time he's gone, and many movies will be made about them. Actually, arguably Rambo 4 in 2008 was inspired by the field notes of Dave Eubank directly. So, once again, just like last week, we have a weird Sylvester Stallone
Makes
connection.
sense, yeah.
Just like with Harry Katz sending stakes to Israel for when he was filming Rambo 3. We got, somehow Sly Stallone thought that you could see him. Dave Eubank, we get to win this time.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Right.
And you remember, like, Burma's a war zone. Remember?
Yeah, of course. Yes. Yeah.
It's a war zone.
Yeah.
And it still is and has been. And he has very strange connections with, like, Aung San Suu Kyi and, like, various militias in the complex civil war there for a long time. There's a Rolling Stone article written about Dave Eubank from a few years ago where they, like, go and hang out with him. And he is really like a evangelical Colonel Kurtz kind of dude. And he's the one who kind of, as we'll see here, invites Marx into the world of missionary, mercenary stuff. So he says, blah, blah, blah. He loves Dave Eubank. The interesting thing is, Dave is almost totally unaggressive. His manner is quiet and gentle. Not quiet with turmoil raging inside him like so many frustrated dudes, but quiet with actual peace. He even has the ability to recede into the background of a scene. When people meet Dave, they can't believe it's him. He epitomizes the gentle in gentlemen. Without much thinking about it. He's the most authentic, brave guy I know, and I know a lot of guys. Is Dave dangerous? In spades. There is no pullback, no compromise in him. I would soon find myself in crazy situations with him, avoiding death amidst a hail song of bullets and bursting mortars. But even in pitched combat, Dave seems to be at rest, wearing a sincere smile, having fun, and caring for folks. Very Platnerian. He is simply unafraid. He loves it. It's his favorite place to be, is in combat, right? It's the ultimate challenge the ultimate challenge obstacle is armed combat with an enemy. One time before I went to Burma, Dave called to say, we need two things here more than anything else. Okay, what are they? Headlamps and Leatherman tools, but a specific kind. What kind? I'll get it done. We need the model that has the mini saw in it. He said, okay, why? Why that one? Landmines are everywhere. All our teams are trained to do medical work, and they do more amputations with that tool. It's like surgical gold here. You have to be kidding, I said. No, it's real, he said. I think I took 100 Leatherman tools with me on that trip. My point is this. You don't have to be a hairy, overbearing, loud, controlling guy with all the answers to be dangerous. You get to just be you, the real you, not some made-up version of yourself. Parentheses, you don't even have to go to the gym, though a little sun wouldn't hurt some of you guys. Okay. He's a very pink man, I will say that. Back in the church foyer that Sunday, I said, Dave, I read your book, and I'm both challenged and encouraged by the life you live. In typical Dave fashion, he replied, great, come to Burma. I don't like you that much, he said. That's not going to happen. But he looked at me like only Dave can and said, you really need to come. Come train our rangers. It would mean so much. I'd known him merely minutes, and already he was bugging me. I didn't want to go overseas, especially to a gnarly nation like Burma. I was knee-deep in youth prisons, trying to help military guys who had PTSD. My plate was full. The only way I'm going to Burma is if y'all pray me there, I said, because I can tell you I have zero desire. He smiled like, okay, which left me feeling nervous. As we shook hands and parted, I was going, Lord, I'll go if you want me to, but... So I guess he blown out a tendon also, so he felt like he maybe wasn't as hardcore as he used to be, and his leg was hurt or something. He traded his body like a cheap rental car, etc. So he eventually does go hang out with Dave Eubank's group, the Free Burma Rangers, which was started in the late 90s. He says, in Dave's Free Burma Rangers, they did crazy forced marches, humping gear up and down mountains on slippery, muddy trails. How on earth could I pull that off, having lost so much strength in my leg? Eileen warned me not to be discouraging, but to keep things real. Honey, there are no helicopters. There is no out, she said. Once you're in, you're in. So 2 years went by since they met, and they kept in touch. Dave had done what he said he would do and prayed me to Burma. Over time, God had changed my heart toward the invitation, and I felt I was supposed to join him for a month to help train his people. So he does do that and joins them in the remote regions of Burma. And then, let's see. Yeah, he introduced Dave to blade work that summer, I guess with, knives, basically. So close quarter knife combat, which is great,
right, awesome.
Great. The next part here is the open door to the Middle East, where he says, someone wants me to go to Iraq, Victor, Dave said while I was in Burma. Okay, I said, thinking, that's weird. There's only a few guys I trust in my life who will do the right thing in the worst conditions, and I think you're one of them. Dave continued, would you come with me? So then, he goes straight from, I don't know what year this actually is. This might have been 2014 or 2015. He says that, 2 weeks after he gets home, Eileen gets a call from a Middle Eastern friend. We've been asked by the Kurdistan regional government to send a team of counselors to help with girls who are killing themselves because they've been held captive and horribly abused by ISIS, the woman said. When they are rescued and come back to their towns and villages, nobody wants to touch them. I know your ministry deals with traumatized people. These women and kids are very traumatized, and if they don't get real help, they're all going to end up dead. And so she says, hey, listen, there's an opportunity to go to Iraq and help traumatized women rescued from ISIS. So I guess, I don't know, they think about doing that, but then, eventually they go and they end up getting into action, right?
Yeah.
And I forget, I don't know.
The very next part is what I read before, basically. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So he goes through, capture ISIS commanders and stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
and so I do want to bring up, maybe at this point, it's a good thing to bring up, the kind of the spiciest, newest allegations that have come out from some people about Victor Marx. And particularly, there was, this interview maybe a little over a month ago on the Candace Owens show with this fella, let me think, Corby Hall, right? Who is the owner of, a small gun manufacturer. I think it's called, what is it called? Something AR. I'm blanking on it right now, but basically this guy got into business with Victor Marx. He makes compact AR lowers, I guess the smallest type that are foldable and also
fold AR.
Fold AR. Yeah, so these
yeah.
are compact foldable AR-15 platforms that also have interchangeable firing pins and barrels that you can switch the caliber that you want, and it's this thing that he has a small manufacturing company in East Texas, and sells I don't know, a few hundred or a few thousand of these guns. Like, he's a small time like custom gun manufacturer. I think his wife had seen some video of Victor Marx and thought that he might have an interest in partnering with like a gun company. So like he reached out. This is all stuff that he tells Candace Owens in like this 2-hour interview. This very long interview that is like kind of unfolds like a strange like a horror film set in like the heart of like evangelical MAGA America, where it's like gun dealers and like shady ministers and all this kind of shit. And so that they link up, and Victor Marx is like, wow, I love this gun. And I think that he invites this guy, Corby Hall, and his girlfriend to come visit him at his like training center in Colorado, where he like trains people, I don't know, in various things as part of his ministry. And he describes like it's like this fucking like A24 movie kind of like experience of like going there, and they're just like little things and Candace is just the whole time it's like, they always come as friends. They always come as friends. And she's just like just really milking the melodrama of like this thing. But he goes and he says, like, I just feel I just heard something from God that some abundance is about to come into your life.
He talks to God a lot.
All the time.
God speaks to him in like, very clear, like straightforward, like dialogue, like God says like, I've chosen you to do this, like
very quickly he goes to this like farm, and him and Eileen are there, and he very quickly kind of brings up like, y'all believers, and that kind of stuff, kind of feels them out for, are they Christians, that kind of thing. And then dangles this like, I just had a vision from God that an abundance is about to come into your world, and it's, this guy's thinking like, oh, I'm gonna do business with this guy, like God just told him to do business with me, like sick, like, okay. Right. And he felt a little uncomfortable because he's like, man, you're just like, it's not too often you meet somebody at like the pinnacle of their field. And he's like, wow, nobody's ever said that about me before. I'm like an okay, successful little manufacturer, but like, I don't usually take comments that easy, but he was like kind of gassing him up. And then not long after, they're like hanging out and like, oh, they're so nice. And then they kind of bring up this prayer that he wants to do, which is called a retooling prayer. And he like offers to Corby Hall and his girlfriend, like, would y'all like to participate in a retooling prayer? I think it would really help you out, and this guy wants to be like chill and whatever. So he's like, okay. And then he describes this kind of like aggressive, like hypno, whatever kind of like experience that the guy does, this guided prayer that kind of low key is like an exorcism. And he starts to call upon various angels, and he like, Eileen like explains that like Victor can like bring angels and demons under his command and shit like that. And just stuff that he hadn't exactly heard of before. Like this guy like kind of is a Christian, but like it's not really up to like exactly what he's talking about. And
Elizabeth Clare prophet vibes.
A little bit, And then I think he says, all right, we're going to establish the circle of judgment. I think that's what he calls it. The circle of judgment, which is like an invisible magical circle around the room that then into which he can summon the attached demons, not possessed, but he explains, that like possession is not a real thing. That's Catholic heresy, but we do believe in the attachment to, an individual, blah, blah, blah. And like even believers can have attachments, right? Demonic attachments. And so he asks him to think of like, what are your 3 greatest fears? And I think he lists that, that his business will fail, that like his girlfriend will break up with him, and that like his kids don't love him or something. And he like makes him like recite it out loud and like this intense. He said he started to feel like he was almost in like a trance like state once they got into doing this. And I think like Candace's read of that is like, oh, like classic cult technique, like high control group kind of new age, but also any age, really kind of like technique of getting you to spill your biggest vulnerabilities to somebody, right? And then have after which like he brings them, and then he like makes him name a demon that's like attached to him, and then he sort of says like, now I am bringing angels in to like cut off the demon's arms and like legs, and then like discard him away into like back to hell or something. So like it has this like weird violent element of, I guess you're sort of, invisibly going on all around them in the circle of judgment. Like they get the demon, you have to call out sort of like what, I guess, like what the demon is preying upon. Like, what have you done wrong? What are you afraid of? Like, what is your failing? Or like, what's your sin? Like the demon's kind of like preying on you through that. So in a way, you have to like confess to Victor Marx your deepest, darkest secrets, and then he will lead, because he has control over the angels. They will chop off the limbs of the demon and throw them away, and then you'll feel better. So he describes going through that and then it getting like trance-like and weird. And then he, like the first 2 times he says that, he's like, is there a demon inside of you? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, what's his name? And he's like, Beelzebub. And then, he does it again with the second one. And
this is like an example. This is kind of like basically the same way how like stage hypnosis kind of works, like, or how it works in general. It's like there's kind of like part of it is like acting the way that like a hypnotized person is supposed to act, like, and I think the same thing can work with someone who is like acting the way a possessed person is supposed to.
Actually, I found here because Candace Owens linked to these documents, there's like a statement from Corby Hall, I think, directly called Timeline of Factual Events, the Victor Marx Retooling Prayer, a Method of Demonic Replacement.
Yeah, I was just reading this.
Yeah,
it's like an AI written like debunking of like the whole thing step by step.
Yeah,
like,
but it does have here the transcript that I think he
Yes.
said that they told his girlfriend to like record it on their phone because it would be important to have later or something like that.
Yeah.
It kind of sus.
I mean, like Claude cooked this. I will say, like Claude brought the scriptural proofs against the legitimacy of his prayer. Like,
I guess you're right. It does seem very like AI generated.
Oh yeah, like well, that's I was saying to you before about this. Like, I feel like both like AI is like so like there isn't like any like kind of stigma around it, I feel like, in these circles. So like
no, less so on the right.
Like both like his opponents and him, like they're just constantly like half of this stuff is Claude arguing with itself, or ChatGPT.
Right.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll just read a little bit from like the beginning of like to give you a sense of Victor Marx's beliefs here. It's funny how it opens with, welcome to the Eileen Marx podcast, with the heart to engage when women with the reality of life, like almost like they played this tape on their show, like bragging about it.
Yeah, no, they
as
do,
like this was awesome. Okay,
yeah, I
so,
listened to a little bit of the Victor Marx podcast.
Yeah, they've been on Sebastian Gorka's podcast. That's part of this story with Corby Hall. But anyway, so Victor Marx kind of starts here. So here we go. I'm gonna read a little bit. Retooling. This is exercising your God-given position and authority in dealing with demonic spirits. Again, I don't like that little deal. The purpose of this booklet is to give you a basic working guideline for exercising your God-given authority and position in dealing with demonic spirits. The subject of demons and evil spirits is brought up throughout the Bible. The collective understanding has been that the sphere of their operations has mostly been limited to non-believers. What we have witnessed and experienced in our lives in ministry has led us to a closer inspection of Scripture, and we believe that it has revealed some paradigm-breaking truth. So this is his innovation, right, on the normal thought, right? So it's extremely important that we establish this from the outset. We believe that according to Holy Scriptures, a Christian, born-again saint who has been sealed by the Holy Spirit cannot be possessed by demonic spirits. Possession implies ownership, and someone who is truly born again has been bought by the precious blood of Jesus. Therefore, it's his property. 1 Corinthians 6:20. For you were bought at a price. Therefore glorify God in your body and your spirit, which are God's. For every believer is indwelled really by the Holy Spirit at the moment of salvation.
Gods. All right, here we go. Yeah, monotheism's going out the window, but all right.
That's 1 Corinthians 6:19. You can see it in 3:16 as well. The above being established, the New Testament writers, under the unction of the Holy Spirit, exhorted the early Christians to adopt many principles of spiritual warfare, starting with not being ignorant of the enemy's devices or schemes. One of the most intriguing verses concerning this subject is Ephesians 4:6. It says just what you said. In your anger, do not let the sun go down. Why you're still angry, and do not give the devil a foothold. In most other Bible translations, a foothold is translated as an opportunity. So our purpose here is a key point to examine thoroughly, as in the passage of Ephesians. Who's Paul writing to? Ephesian Christians. What is he warning them of? Christians who give the devil an opportunity to gain a foothold. What's the footnote? The Greek word topos. The Irish Greek dictionary defines a primary place. Any portion of the Irish Greek dictionary, okay, is marked off from surrounding places. Now, and somebody says, and he says, any questions? Somebody says, that's pretty clear. So
what is a place? Yeah, what is a topos?
Yeah, so then he gets like personal. Then he's like, he says, it's pretty clear. Yet why do Christians who love the Lord, can be in ministry, can be just some Christians, be doing so well, then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they take a left turn. And it's just mind-boggling. Eileen goes, We're talking infidelities. We're talking addictions. We're talking suicides. We're talking habitual sin that people say, I don't want to do this. I can't stop doing it. I mean, they're literally just stuck right. And we found that when we pray for people using this approach, and we have a prayer, we're going to show you here just in a second, and we'll give you guys an opportunity to, it's kind of like machine, like translated from an audio note. So there's no punctuation. We'll send you the booklet to help you. But you always have carnality. You always have the chance of false conversions. But I'm talking about people who really love the Lord, but then just struggle quietly, secretly, maybe just have a huge fall. So we believe this type of spiritual warfare was formed and used by Satan himself, and Satan is known as the father of lies. It is all about lies. It sure is. Yeah. So
it's all about lies.
Let me see if it goes down.
The Victor Marx website, the like anti-Victor Marx like APA website.
Victor Marx
4co.com.
Really great resource.
They go in on this with the help of a certain friendly artificial friend. They go through this whole thing. The following analysis is based on publicly available teaching and stated methodology. This evaluation is not an attempt to assess motives, intentions, or the entirety of any individual's ministry, but focuses specifically on the teachings and practices described. While Scripture does record instances where demons speak and respond, Mark 5:9, the consistent pattern of Christ is not interrogation for the purpose of gathering insight, guidance, or truth. These instances are descriptive of Christ's authority, not prescriptive instructions for believers to replicate as a method for obtaining information or guidance. Where Scripture is silent on a practice, it does not grant authority to construct methods that involve seeking truth from sources Scripture identifies as deceptive. When Jesus asked questions, it was not to obtain hidden knowledge or revelation, but within the context of immediate authority and expulsion. Nowhere are believers instructed to seek information, truth, nor lies characterized as truth, or personal insight by interacting with demonic entities. This evaluation does not rest on personal interpretation alone, but on the plain reading of Scripture. There's so many not buts, I can't even take it. Allowing clear biblical patterns to interpret practices being taught and promoted. And he quotes the sort of retooling prayer. Lord, we ask for a seamless canopy of your blood to surround this room. Please destroy any works of darkness on the outside and those that may be trapped here. Cut their communication off, Lord God. We ask for a circle of judgment to be placed in the realm we can't see but know it exists. Please, Lord, post your warring angels on either side for control and order. Father, shine your light directly from your throne into this realm where the demonic activity operates and might be assigned against this particular individual. Lord, I plead the blood of Jesus over this person's mind, that I ask, God, that you just give them a clear hearing and understanding. Then the directed commands questions Mark says he uses. Demon, do you know my voice and by what authority I've come to you in? And that is the person of Jesus Christ. Demon, if there is one, I command you now to get into that circle of judgment. Kneel down, bow your head in shame. You're going to answer my questions clearly, concisely, quickly, and correctly. You'll be punished by the warring angels on either side of you. Demon, by what name do you most go by? Then Mark says he continues with prompts like, how old was your subject when you first got assigned to him? Yeah,
you keep reading. I'll be right back in 1 second.
What's the top three lies? What's the top three lies? The most effective lies you used against this person? What was your purpose? What were you assigned to accomplish? Are you the head demon in charge of the stronghold against this person? Multiple demons. do you have a legal right to stay assigned to this person any longer? I don't what's the one truth that God's been trying to tell this person that you have worked so hard to keep them from believing? I mean, yeah, I'm actually getting so sad by this now. Like, that's doesn't really make any sense to ask a demon that question, but okay. And then here comes, Claude. Marx is retooling prayer directly contradicts scripture, engaging the demonic to extract information. Marx says, I'm going to engage the demonic, tell me what you're here. Scripture says, Mark 1:25, be silent and come out of him. And Luke 4:35, be silent and come out of him. Jesus did not engage, interview, or gather intelligence. Mark says, tell me what you hear. None of the answers matter. He explicitly says, accuracy doesn't matter, experience does. This is anti-biblical epistemology, teaching people to hear demons. Nowhere are believers told to listen to demons, relay their messages. Scripture says, Deuteronomy, 18, 10 to 12, medium or an excrementer is an abomination. The Bible teaches not to seek information from the unseen realm, forcing demons into a circle of judgment. Mark says, get into that circle, kneel, bow your head. There is no biblical precedent for circles, containment structures, stage judgment environments. This pattern, parallel practice is found in occult ritual frameworks, though presented with a Christian terminology. I mean, when you're right, you're right. Your training data served you well on that point, I guess. Although, yeah, there's no basis in scripture. Although, of course, like, Christian occultists have, obviously used these methods, but it's probably not, looked fondly upon in this kind of environment. It's not, but for these people, like, occult usually means Satanism. Although, like, there's. Yeah, we talked about this before on the show. Yeah, the faux legalese. I love, like, you have no legal right. Yeah, it's like this like mixed thing, kind of like an exorcism with like sovereign citizen lingo. Like, we are actually under admiralty law, where like no demonic possession is valid. Like, if you observe the fringe on the flag, what's going on? How does a legal right pertain in this instance?
All right, I'm back.
But,
yeah. The website of Victor Marx for Co. really is like loaded for bear in terms of bringing up such shit. I guess maybe I'll briefly summarize what Corby Hall says in like his sort of nightmare engagement with like the highlights of dealing with Victor Marx. Like, he has this first experience, which is like a little bit weird, but then they kind of end it after a while, and like, it's fine. They start to be in contact. Eventually, they kind of start to collaborate on this idea of like basically a custom like folding AR, that like a Victor Marx signature edition, fold AR rifle or something. And they have this idea of setting up a nonprofit that will donate these rifles to SROs, like school resource officers. This is a big thing, and like a big kind of right-wing thing of like putting kind of basically like cops in school, or arming teachers, like, with ARs, so that if a school shooter comes, and particularly like rural schools where like first responders are very far away from, and and maybe it's a little more and understandable in that environment. But this is a thing they both think Victor Marx is very pumped about and thinks will be really successful, where they'll solicit. They'll show off this special edition, AR to all these different school districts, and they'll put in orders from them. And then I guess like Victor Marx will like pay, his ministry will pay, to like donate them or something along those lines, and they're going to set up some kind of nonprofit structure to do this. So I guess they did do that. Like, they develop like a cool gun or whatever, and they become like kind of close. And also like, because Victor Marx is sort of like presented himself as a spiritual pastor, like he kind of becomes a little bit of an informal like pastor father figure, right, to this guy. And then he does say there's like a weird kind of red flag moment where they're at a big gun expo in Vegas, and both Victor has a booth, Corby Hall has a booth, and at this point Corby Hall decides he wants to like marry his girlfriend in Vegas and like do it. And of course, he goes to Victor Marx and is like, hey man, like, I'm gonna marry her like tomorrow, whatever. Like, will you be the officiator? Because you're a pastor. And he was like, yeah, for sure. And so he like did, but then he noticed that like the party they were having, that like Victor Marx was like having hushed conversations with his wife over the documents, like the official marriage license.
Funny.
And was
Wow.
like hesitating to like sign his name. And he eventually like realized like, oh, I guess he's not registered as like a justice of the peace or a real minister. I don't know how it works, if like maybe just that. I think maybe he thought, oh, just not in Nevada, but like maybe back in Colorado he is. And so he was kind of like, oh man, are you not certified? And he's like, oh no, I'm not in Nevada. And he's like, okay, don't worry. Like we could settle it later. But he's like, in retrospect, I should have known that was like sus, because now he's playing games with the idea that he was a pastor and stuff. So then, things are like okay for a while, but then 2024, some really sus things start to happen. I think, he goes through, like, they do one order of like one school district orders these folding ARs for school officers. And it seems like the company is like really pumped to make more. And then Victor Marx's ministry just like totally loses interest in it. And that's like, okay. Then he hits up, Corby Hall says that he hits him up at some point, I think in 2024, and like it says, I want you to make me a custom sniper rifle that that could hit like a watermelon at like 1,000 yards, like a type of AR that could do that. And he's like, oh, okay, yeah, I have the parts for that lying around. It's gonna be like a $6,000 super tricked out gun, but he felt like, they're kind of partners and buddies, and like, okay. So he was like, why don't you fly out and, you can like show it to me and whatever. Okay, so this is part of the story where it starts to get very sus. Like, he goes to Colorado, and I guess like he's not with his now wife, and Eileen is not there. It's like just him and Victor. And he's like, well, look, okay, like, it's actually not a watermelon I need it for, but our ministry is in partnership with an orphanage in Haiti. And this orphanage has kind of a wall, at the perimeter of it. And it's got like a guard tower in the center, or, like a watchtower in the center of it. And we want somebody to have like a really good sniper rifle, because people have been climbing over the wall to like steal things from the orphanage. And we just want to like blow their heads off. And I guess like Corby Hall was like, all right, yeah, like, no, I can't give you a gun. Like, no, I'm sorry, what? Like, no, I can't. Wait, what? Like, he's like, dude, like, he kind of, it's like Victor kind of brought it up as like, if I level, it's like he'll be sympathetic to this, but the guy was maybe thinking like, maybe he thought I didn't know about gun laws, but like, I've exported guns to like a lot of different countries. It's never easy. And like this is when Haiti was collapsing into gang violence, remember? Where there are all these like well-armed militias. And, like, it was reasonably like, you could reasonably assume, if not know, back then that like Haiti, UN arms embargo had been put on Haiti. Like, that's not a place you can just casually like bring guns to, right? Like, that's he's like, it almost sounds, that would be a little bit like arms trafficking, and like, I'm just, no, I don't think I can do that. I can't give you that gun if that's what you're gonna do with it. And then he, like, Victor Marx doubles down and is like, oh man, well, but okay, like, honestly, like, what I need the gun for, it's like, me and some missionaries are about to go down to Haiti, and we're gonna track down Jimmy Barbecue, and I'm gonna kill him with that gun. Now, do you remember going back to 2024? I think it was, they referred to him as Jimmy Barbecue, but the character Barbecue in Haiti like emerged as this kind of, this is the Coney 2012 thing that it definitely echoes.
Yeah, make him famous, right?
Make him famous, and like the fact that he's barbecue because he like burns people alive and eats their flesh. It really is flashback to like Liberia civil wars in the 90s of like the, like the 15-year-old general named like Rambo who like eats people before battle. Like it's the trafficking in all these tropes, right? Like applied to the Haitian context. But he was like the purported sort of capo. Yeah, it was Jimmy Barbecue. Jimmy Cherizier, I guess is his name, who is still alive. Yeah, but like operates one of the largest kind of gangs or paramilitary forces, I believe, in Port-au-Prince. I guess it's the Revolutionary Forces of the G9 family. Yeah, so G9 is kind of the name of this armed group in Port-au-Prince, as like the government collapsed after like a very suspicious coup that seemed to be done by American mercenaries that were there on vacation. And so he's saying, I'm going to take this like tricked out sniper rifle and I'm going to go down to Haiti and kill Jimmy Barbecue because he's like a sicko, like the bad guy who's trafficking drugs and children, and like I'm going to save the children somehow by like doing like, and so, you know, the guy, I guess to his credit, was like, okay, well then like I'm definitely not giving you this gun. Like like, wait, what? Like you're a mercenary? Like this sounds like you're like a mercenary. I don't know. Like, man, like this is, you know, it's not so good, whatever. And so I guess he kind of like, he eventually like let it go and it's like, oh, you know, that's too bad, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, why don't you just like take a video of you shooting a watermelon with the gun and then like play it in Haiti land or something. That's what the guy said. Was like, if you really want to, I don't know, intimidate people, but like, I'm not going to give it to you to go, like kill you. He's like, I don't usually give my guns out. They're supposed to be for like defensive people. He does say he'll give them to any CIA or military person that asks for them, but that's like official, you know, like he won't just give them out to people who are like mercenaries and stuff. Like that's not as, he's not into that, you know, whatever. So that's the first indication that there's something weird going on with Victor Marx and some of these groups like involved with Haiti. But then it gets even worse. Like then I guess Corby Hall goes through this like kind of personal crisis he credits to what he calls the Trump slump after Trump wins re-election. This is a funny thing actually about like the kind of smaller level like gun dealers and whatever and like gun manufacturers. Like whenever there's a lib in an office, like gun sales skyrocket, ammo sales skyrocket. But whenever like a hardcore Second Amendment, it's like, yeah, you don't need them. Like, you know, they'll be there. You know, it's fine. So he hit like economic issues because of the Trump slump. Like they did really well for a couple years and kind of benefited. I think Corby Hall's wife at the time like went on Sebastian Gorka's like a news show or whatever, like with Victor Marx to like tout the fold AR and like how epic it was going to be and like blah, blah, blah. So they were doing that shit. But then he starts to go through like financial crises. He also confesses he was addicted to weed during this time. And like he hit rock bottom as like a THC addict. You know what?
Like he kind of has that vibe.
Yeah, no, he's very like sleepy kind of in a way. Yeah, and eventually his new marriage starts to like kind of unravel and in a kind of way. And, you know, they're like working together on the business. So, you know, that's the kind of thing. So eventually he's like trying to detox from weed. His business is failing. His marriage is fucked up. And he goes through like a suicide crisis. And I'm pretty sure he said at one point, this is like early 2025, he called up Victor Marx and like confessed that it's like, you know, I've had a substance abuse problem with THC. Like I've just been taking it all the time and, you know, I'm trying to get off it now. And I'm just like, he basically was like, I'm having like a suicidal like episode, like a crisis, you know, and I just feel like I should just, you know, like end myself or whatever. And I think he claims over text message, because Victor Marx wouldn't call him on the phone during this. He's like sitting in like a parking lot, like an abandoned parking lot somewhere, and I don't know if he had a gun with him, but it was like, you know, like really on the edge. And I think he said like, well, you know what, if you're worried about the money or whatever, if you kill yourself, like most of the insurance policies have suicide clauses, so you know your wife's like not going to get any money if you do it, but I could arrange to have somebody kill you if that's what you really want to do, and then she would get the insurance payout. Or I know somebody that could like help you fake your death and send you off to a banana plantation in South America. Just like a couple options. I don't know if he's like joking about that or like that's, you know what I mean? But like that's like a fucking weird like way to react. He thought that was very weird, a very weird way to like react to somebody you're kind of mentoring and like in business with, like having, you know, suicidal ideation, being that glib and like sus about it, not very pastor like. But then he gets invited again to the training conference, and there's like there's like hundreds of, I don't know, people there for some kind of men's retreat. And he said that this is like shortly after his suicide episode, they come to like meet up with Corby Hall, and they're all wearing Kevlar vests, and he's like, just got these in the mail, just, trying to like break them in a little bit. And he's like, why do you guys have like fucking, why are you coming to meet me with Kevlar vests? That's sus. Like, are you afraid I'm going to shoot you or something? And then he brings him in, and he brings him out on like a walk. And again, it's just like him, and the wives are not there. And it's just him and Victor. And Victor says, like, I think he asked him about, the school thing, and like, well, what happened with that? And also like, my company's failing. Like, I need to do something desperate. Like, can you help me? Can you put me in contact? Like, is there a kind of, orders we could fill or some kind of project we could do? And I guess Victor was like, yeah, actually there is, but we got to forget about like American schools and all that stuff. We got a bigger thing. What if you need to make, I think the number was big. It was like maybe 3,500 foldable ARs for my friends in Israel. All right. And the guy, I guess, the Corby Hall initially thought he meant like, oh, because he stresses to Candace, like, I don't have a problem with like the IDF or Israel, I mean, like, they're fine. Like, I'll do business, they're cool, but, maybe they've gone a little too far now, like what? But like, he has that kind of vibe about it. But he was like, oh, you mean like there's schools, like putting them in Israeli schools, like for safety? And he was like, no, for the IDF to use this is what he said, in Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria. Like, I need you to manufacture thousands of these like super elite little compact rifles for like urban combat in, across the Middle East, basically, like for the fucking IDF. And I think he alluded to even more, like just more bigger gun orders for Israel. Maybe he might have brought up the Haiti thing again. I kind of forget, but like that, and I think, he decided to not do that. But like that's some crazy shit, right? And you realize that now, like, who is this guy? How did he raise the most money in the GOP primary, right? Like, he wasn't, the establishment candidate got swamped by him. Now, maybe there's a little bit of info here on victormarx4co.com in the section, what was it called? Guns, Haiti, Israel, I think. It says, what exactly is Victor Marx doing in Haiti, the Middle East, and Asia? Marx is running guns to hostile nations, shrouded in secrecy and dark money that flows in the name of holy wars. Victor Marx is himself an agent of war. He is paid not only to illegally deliver thousands of guns to non-sanctioned nations, he is the first known example of someone who uses his social media to present information and nonsense that promotes war. War with Israel. I think they mean like war on behalf of Israel. Victor Marx is an Israeli agent of war. By the way, Victor Marx claimed that after October 7th, he was one of the first Americans to go on the ground in Gaza with the IDF and would go on interview. There's a video here called, I think from Full Armor Media Group, called Is Victor Marx Running an Israeli Intelligence Operation? That collects a bunch of clips from like right-wing slop media of him just boasting about like hanging out with the IDF, going into Gaza. Like, I don't know if he emphasized like getting into combat, or anything like that, but like was definitely, he's fucking down. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's very, very down and intimately involved. Something that he hasn't stressed too much in his political campaign, but it's definitely there. So it says here that a newly surfaced Foreign Agents Registration Act, a FARA filing, combined with reporting from the Washington Spectator, reveals that Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs backed a multi-million-dollar campaign aimed at influencing American evangelical Christians, pastors, churches, and Christian media networks across the U.S. No big surprise there. Let's see. The campaign appears designed to counter declining support for Israel among younger conservatives and evangelicals as public opinion shifts, of course, following the war in Gaza. The filings show that a U.S.-based org called Show Faith by Works, LLC, formally registered as a foreign agent working on behalf of the Israeli government. According to the documents, the organization planned a coordinated outreach campaign targeting churches in California, Arizona, Nevada, Colorado, Texas, and surrounding states through digital advertising, church partnerships, influencer campaigns, and direct pastor engagement. One of the most controversial sections of the filing involves money directed toward pastors, Christian influencers, and evangelical personalities. This proposal specifically references, quote, pastor stipends, bilingual pastor compensations, celebrity endorsements, funding for religious outreach programs designed to spread pro-Israel messaging inside American churches. The documents also discuss recruiting pastors, podcasters, Christian athletes, and social media influencers to help amplify messaging favorable to Israel. Page 15 of the filing specifically references Victor Marx as a potential pastor or influencer candidate connected to the outreach effort. Marx, known for his large evangelical following, pro-Israel activism, and appearances in conservative Christian media, was listed alongside other potential religious figures being considered for campaign involvement. The inclusion highlights how the effort sought to leverage trusted Christian voices with established influence inside evangelical communities. The Washington Spectator described a separate Israeli-backed initiative called the 1,000 Pastors Project, which brought more than 1,000 American evangelical pastors to Israel on trips funded through Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Participants attended military briefings, meetings with Israeli officials, and religious events before being designated Friends of Zion ambassadors. Organizers reportedly hope to scale the program to 10,000 pastors nationwide. The campaign also relied heavily on modern political targeting tactics. The FARA filing describes plans to geofence churches and Christian colleges, digitally track churchgoers for follow-up advertising, and use targeted social media campaigns to influence evangelical audiences online. According to filings, Israel...
It's incredibly boomer, by the way, that like the links in this article, like to the FARA reports, are routed through Facebook. Like it's like you're now leaving Facebook. Like I wasn't on Facebook.
I know this is definitely a campaign that took place on the battlefield of Facebook. Yeah. He was mostly active. Maybe that's why I didn't really hear about him, because he didn't seem to really be on X. He was a Facebook candidate for sure.
Yeah.
And a YouTube candidate. So, they showered money, of course, onto all these pastors. And so text messages between former ATP member Corby Hall and Victor Marx show that Marx repeatedly asked Hall for guns for Israel and Haiti. Hall claimed to Candace Owens that he was never complicit in running guns to those nations. And he also did say, this part, there's an interesting part here from researcher Corey Kennedy, but what Corby also said was when he went on that last, that men's retreat, and he was asking him about Israel and stuff, he said, he started spouting a lot of this, spiritual stuff, and it was that, it was very, Seven Mountains with the Seven Mountains mandate, right?
Yeah.
Right. We've vaguely kind of brought that up before, but hold on. This is so that in terms of what flavor of evangelical Christianity is he is Seven Mountain Mandate of the New Apostolic Reformation kind of wing. This is one of a few groups that are called Dominionist, kind of Christian supremacy sort of movements, right? But the Seven Mountains Mandate, I think, Mike Flynn and some other people like that are kind of associated with that. And it's kind of this idea of the long march through the institutions, right? You need to have good Christian patriots in control of every organ of society and government and media and everything else, and then institute a Christian republic or something, or a dictatorship. I don't know. But but it comes out of the 70s, and this C. Peter Wagner preacher, who I didn't realize this. Have you ever heard of Fuller Theological Seminary?
It sounds kind of familiar, but I don't know anything. I couldn't tell you anything about it at the top of my head. Fuller Theological Seminary?
Yeah. I had heard of it, but I didn't realize it's not that far from me, in Pasadena. It's actually, that's where it's based. It used to have satellites in a few different places, including Colorado Springs, but it's sort of like contracted. But it is still.
Oh yeah, Charles E. Fuller is kind of famous, right?
That I've definitely heard that name before. Yeah, but Charles Peter Wagner, the kind of the leader and builder of New Apostolic Reformation, was educated at Fuller Theological Seminary, Princeton Theological, and Fuller's School of World Missions, which I guess is a part of Fuller Theological Seminary, and got a PhD in social ethics from USC. Wow, in 1977. But he was involved actually with like spreading a kind of this type of I don't know, maybe you call it like neo-Pentecostalism in South America. That was what he did from the 50s to the early 70s. He worked in like missionary work in South America, and he wrote a lot about spiritual warfare, which is I think you can easily trace when you look at Victor Marx's like discussions about all this stuff. He's very much in that like spiritual warfare camp.
Yeah, I'm looking at this FAIR report now. I'm not sure if this is the problem with like, using AI for this type of stuff, like, which I think that website did. I can't find like Victor Marx mentioned by name, like in that FAIR report. It says page 15 of the filing specifically references Victor Marx as a potential pastor or influencer candidate connected to the outreach effort. I don't see that, especially not on page 15. Like, it's definitely not on page 15 or anywhere here. It just mentions pastor stipends.
Sorry, you didn't see what on page 15?
Victor Marx mentioned by name as that, like,
website interesting. Yeah, the provenance of this website, this feels like an Oppo website that is like out to get him.
And like to reiterate, I think it was definitely largely written by Claude or a similar device. So, And some of it is like true in terms of like outreach to pastors being described, but it seems like it's in general terms, and I don't see any like particular reference to Victor Marx. Certainly not on the page they referenced it. I've done Control F for his name and nothing came up, but I mean maybe there's a page that doesn't scan, but it's not the one that they gave.
Whoa. I just found a very strange detail looking down here on this page of the website that I didn't realize that during the retooling prayer, maybe he just like declined to like go into detail on Candace's show, but it says here, it says basically in plain language, this is how it's described when they the Marx performed what he calls a retooling prayer on both of them, a ritual in which he commands demons to kneel before him, interrogates them for their secrets, demands they identify themselves by name, confess the top 3 lies they have used against their host, reveal their assigned purpose, and disclose the one truth God has been trying to tell that person that the demons have worked so hard to suppress. He positions himself as the only man on earth with the authority to extract that information and deliver you from it. It is intimate. It is invasive. It extracts your most vulnerable material and places it in his hands. Independent theological, but here in plain language, it is a cult initiation. But this is wild. He extracted Corby's most vulnerable story, that at 16 years old, he had been briefly and falsely identified as a person of interest in the Columbine massacre of 1999. What?
Okay.
That's wild. Suspiciously, Marx and his bride Eileen left the room together. They returned minutes later with a conveniently prophetic dream. A dream about a mission to protect children, about a weapon that would save lives, about Corby and Melody that's his girlfriend, being chosen for something larger than themselves. 2 Foldar weapons were given to Marx that day. And that was their deep spiritual bond. But that's weird that he was from Littleton, maybe? I thought Corby, I thought, was not from Colorado, but I guess he was a person of interest for some reason as a teenager.
I really don't know like what to believe about any of this.
Right. Maybe, this is from Corey Kennedy, a researcher. The title of this, again, spicy: Victor Marx and the Day Charlie Kirk was murdered.
Oh yeah, I saw this. Right. Yeah, it's like once again, it's really funny, like when it's like, and here's a new perspective, and it's like the same fucking ChatGPT. But anyway, sorry, keep going. Yeah.
This actually feels a little more like written in a raw but they do bring out certain things. Like, for example, one thing that is intriguing that this website has is it talks about like the truth about his stepfather, right? Like the evil Mr. K stepfather. And I'm trying to find the actual link to it because I was reading, like, something about what he says is not, it doesn't seem exactly right in terms of like the whole family's kind of like relationship with the stepfather. Like he very much could have been evil, but let me see. Basically, like, in the 90s, sorry about that, folks. In the 90s, the stepfather got arrested for a large-scale drug trafficking operation. I think it might have been in Louisiana, but and also like some of Victor Marx's half siblings were involved as like participants in it, essentially. So this website kind of like brings up, why does he, if he was like this like evil, just like vicious guy that all the children like ran away from and whatever, like why were they doing drug trafficking with him in the 90s? And it kind of throws out well, there's two possible reasons. Like one is a kind of like a Stockholm syndrome of like children that are extremely abused like that, like could be sort of loyal to him, even though it's like toxic. Or the other one is like Victor Marx is kind of lying about the things that allegedly happened and the nature of the Kennedy family. He has a weird first name. I'm trying to find it. This website is a little bit chaotically laid out, but research library, evidence legend. Yeah, I feel like more links are dead from even last time I looked. I don't know. Do you want to read something while I look? Money and organizations.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Corey Kennedy thing. Yeah, this is definitely AI. In 1972, the Watergate break-in looked like a third-rate burglary. The men who dismissed it as a minor political embarrassment were wrong. ... Not because of what the burglars did, but because of what the investigation revealed about the people who sent them, the systems they had corrupted, and the machinery they had built to ensure they would never be held accountable. The break-in was the door. What was behind it changed America. I am not investigating a break-in. I am researching a man running for governor. Yeah, like that's sort of like irrelevant intro. I am researching a man running for governor of Colorado who asked for a Texas firearm manufacturer for 40 rifles to drop off with a U.S. sanctioned terrorist, lit a sniper rifle at his private compound before flying to meet the terrorist, placed a $26,076 weapons order during an active United Nations arms embargo, threatened a witness on his own property, tracked that witness with a GPS device, and used a spiritual ritual he performed over a married couple to abuse his spiritual role when the husband said no. Well, yeah. I did not go looking for this. This came to me.
It always does. Yeah.
Yeah, I've spent 56 days researching Victor Marx.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, it's like everything's like indexed on this website, but there's no hyperlinks to like anything. That's driving me kind of crazy. Let me go to the case. What is the case? Maybe okay. Here we go. What does rescued mean? Yeah.
Yeah. One of these links to the Intercept just goes to the Intercept Facebook page. Like follow the Intercept on Facebook. It's like a Facebook group for the Intercept. And it says the Intercept is not a member of Time to Drain the Swamp, Colorado. Like, I guess this is like routed through the group. What is going on?
Yeah, there is a weird thing. I correct myself from earlier. Corby Hall actually said that Marx asked him for 50,000 fold AR rifles for operations involving Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria. That's like a pretty heavy duty. And Marx also threatened Hall, and also a GPS tracking device was later found on Hall's vehicle, although no reviewed evidence establishes who placed it. And like the vibe with Corby Hall during the Candace interview a month ago was like very weird, where Victor Marx kept saying like this guy had made homicidal threats against me and threatened to kill me, so the cops should like arrest him right now, and he's on the run and like he's totally discredited. And Candace was like, what? Like, can you prove any of that? And he's like, no, he's making homicidal threats, and like the cops are gonna track him down. So like I don't know what the fuck is going on with that, where like he's getting like threatened.
The Hamilton Morris strategy of just straight up slander, like just hope it sticks.
Yeah, it was dangerous. It was dangerous. Yeah.
I mean, like I don't really know if that guy has, but like yeah, like I did kind of find Candace's take sort of interesting, like that it does kind of make sense in a way, assuming that like this, is all true and there's like substance to like this IDF weapons order and everything. It actually does kind of make sense that like the folding AR would like work perfectly for like something like what they were hoping for to happen in Iran. Like kind of like to arm like protesters on the street,
right?
Like
you could have them in a little
weapons,
bag,
like,
and then
exactly,
yeah.
Like it kind of like would work almost better for something like that than for like a school situation.
Well, but you do have the Kurdish contacts, right? And the KRG that this guy is pretty tight with, and his buddy Dave Eubank. They love each other. So yeah, you could see that kind of thing, like the CIA and various other, the military, whatever, like they use people like this. This is almost a perfect kind of guy, because he's kind of, he's a Christian pastor. It's kind of deniable. Like he, is just like a regular guy from Colorado who does kung fu and blah, blah, blah. He did work for James Dobson and like Focus on the Family some years back. So like his involvement in kind of the right wing, like propaganda sphere is
the fact that like I think this is a real and not edited picture. Maybe it was edited by his campaign, but like he he did know Charlie Kirk.
And
like
Erica
he
Kirk.
Was like hugging Erica at the memorial and everything, and
Though
so
I think people have like have also questioned though that he also, in a way, he kind of overhypes like his impact on Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, well, he says like he mentored him.
Yeah,
and stuff.
yeah,
Like,
the
I'm
mentor
sure
thing
that
is a
he
little
does
much.
exaggerate, but I mean, just the fact that he like knew him like in any way personally, like all those people, like, I mean, remember JD Vance like hosted the Charlie Kirk show after he died. I mean, I know that it was like this huge thing where he was killed, but like, still that shows that he was like kind of like a player in that world. Like he was a political figure of some significance in those circles, The fact that they reacted like, that was a response. Like they did have like, they did have conversations with him. People have they have like, their own like headith of Charlie Kirk. They all have their texts with him that they've like brought forward, so like they did know him. So the fact that like he knew Charlie Kirk, that means that he like at least kind of was in these circles, Not every right-wing bit player has like text with Charlie Kirk,
No, definitely. I guess he has lied about, this is again from the Corey Kennedy research. It says that and I don't know if this is actually if I actually agree with this, but it says his fabricated endorsements from General Michael Flynn and Governor Bill Owens, both denied and discredited. His rescue claims, not merely unverified, but admitted by his own campaign manager, Trent Langhofer, to be stuffed animal distributions counted as rescues. A lie so foundational that his own campaign website uses the word served in the body text and rescued only in the Google meta description. Because one word raises money and the other is defensible. His fake Facebook account network, independently traced to a Colorado Springs IP address connected directly to Marx, and engagement infrastructure so manufactured that independent statistical analysis places the probability of it being organic at less than 2%. His Skull Games surveillance operation, documented by The Intercept, is a gamified system targeting American.
What I was interested in, but if you click that link,
it just goes to Facebook.
To an Intercept article,
Facebook group. Skull Games surveillance.
There is an Intercept article about this actually.
OSINT Solutions for Good. Oh yeah, it says Skull Games Task Force uses OSINT to identify, all caps, sex predators and their victims by creating leads that enable law enforcement. Skullgames.org. Yeah, evangelicals use surveillance against sex. There's an Intercept article from July 2023 here by Sam Biddle and Jack Paulson. They're using counter-terror
Christian counterinsurgency against sex workers. Evangelical military vets are using counter-terror internet surveillance techniques to help police get search warrants against sex workers.
Wow, this is another kind of like taking down this. Okay, interesting. That is interesting.
I mean, I honestly it's hard to know who to believe in this case because I could see like a periodical like The Intercept, like some of the people who write for it, like, you know, actually defending like sex traffickers and pedophiles under the idea they're sex workers. But I also could see like, you know, like Victor Marx's like skull games, like targeting like OnlyFans girls or whatever and trying to get them like arrested or like swatted by the police, you know.
Something like that. Okay. Here's the part that I was looking for. Interesting. His campaign finance complaint, 9 exhibits filed with the Colorado Secretary of State's office, built entirely around donor data harvested from the memorial vigil of a man who had just been assassinated. So I guess he got a mailing list off of throwing a Charlie Kirk vigil and then used it as his campaign like donor data. Or something, of course. Then there is the matter of the man he calls Mr. K, the evil stepdad. Victor has told the story of Mr. K from every stage he has ever stood on. The monster who defined his childhood. The abuser. The imprisoned man whose name Victor never says out loud. I said it out loud 52 days ago. Glois Dean Kennedy. Federal Bureau of Prisons Register Number 101523043. International drug smuggler, multi-state, multi-country marijuana trafficking conspiracy stretching from Jamaica to Mississippi to Alabama to Louisiana to Georgia, with a hired pilot, a private airstrip in Camden, Alabama, a practicing attorney managing legal exposure from inside the conspiracy, and family members as operational partners. They attempted to fly 1,400 pounds of marijuana from Jamaica into the U.S. Victor spent 4 decades describing that man as his nightmare and never once told a single audience what the man actually went to federal prison for. He described the imprisonment. He omitted the crime. He let every audience connect dots he had carefully arranged to point in the wrong direction. He's extraordinarily good at letting people assume things incorrectly. It's a real skill of like a sus lord.
It is just a skill,
just let people incorrectly assume things about you. Yeah. What he never told you is that his own brother Mike, the fellow abuse victim, one of the other children in the house, grew up, kept the Kennedy name, stayed close to Glois, and at 26 years old willingly became his criminal partner, pled guilty to aiding and abetting the importation of 1,400 pounds of Jamaican marijuana, took a deal, testified against the man Victor says destroyed them both. Another interesting fact about Mike Kennedy, he is an original founder of All Things Possible Ministries. He died in 2022. He can't be asked about anything, not anymore. I told you all that because I need you to understand what Victor Marx learned growing up and what he's been doing with that education ever since. He learned you can move things across borders undercover. He learned this from the man he described as his monster. That's pretty convenient, right? He's a monster. Don't investigate. Up until March 28th, 2026, I thought I knew a lot about VVVMKM. That's the full abbreviation of his, like, it's like a JD Vance having like 5-name thing. So then this person started talking in March with Corby Hall, who we were just discussing. He said that he found a GPS tracker on his vehicle and thought that Victor Marx put it there. And then what he told me next is why I'm writing this. So I think this is a summary of like all the stuff we went over of like the strange things, and his stated purpose eventually was revealed to he needed 50 rifles for a mission to Haiti. He would drop them off, leave them behind, no accountability, no chain of custody, no explanation of who had received them. His stated purpose was to go to Haiti and kill Jimmy Cherizier Barbecue. Known as Jimmy Barbecue, it says, he is not a local criminal. He's the most powerful warlord in the Western Hemisphere. He controls 80% of Port-au-Prince. He's been designated a specially designated national by U.S. Treasury's OFAC office since 2020, meaning American citizens are legally prohibited from conducting transactions with him or for his benefit without a specific government license. The State Department has a $5 million bounty. He is indicted in U.S. federal court. He's been linked to massacres in which 71 people were killed, etc. And Victor Marx, the godly man, the Christian man, stood inside a Texas manufacturing facility and said this out loud to its owner, quote, "I want 50 guns to drop off in Haiti to go kill Jimmy Barbecue." Corby refused. He told Marx it would constitute illegal exporting. He advised Marx not to do it with any other firearms dealer either. He asked what good dropping off a bunch of rifles in Haiti would accomplish anyway. Marx offered no meaningful response. Corby suggested negotiation instead. Marx said that was a great idea. Here's what Corby did not know. This is interesting. The meeting with Cherizier Barbecue was already arranged. The invitation had already been extended before Marx ever walked into that facility and asked for 50 rifles. Corby's suggestion did not redirect Victor Marx towards peace. It gave him a diplomatic cover story for a trip he was already planning to take. Yikes. And then after that was like the sniper rifle thing. He said he had an orphanage there. Okay, there's a little more info here. All Things Possible Ministries controls a facility in Fond Parisien, Haiti, 8 miles from the territory controlled by the 400 Mawozo gang, the same gang whose leader Marx was simultaneously planning to meet. 8 miles away. You do not operate anything in that territory without the knowledge and permission of the people who control it. Marx said the rifle and its scope camera would be used to, quote, blow the head off anyone attempting to scale the orphanage fence, and that the video would be used the video of the killing, blowing somebody's head off, would be used as propaganda to deter future gang attempts. So he's basically like making a snuff film. Yeah, making a snuff film. That's like, okay. Corby objected. He said he wouldn't leave the rifle if Marx intended to use it to kill a random person scaling a fence. He suggested using a watermelon. Marx eventually agreed, in what Corby described as a slightly but noticeably annoyed manner. Marx then said his team was going in to capture or execute Jimmy Barbecue. Corby suggested talking to him instead. Marx agreed. He left the sniper rifle with Victor Marx. Its current location is unknown. November 2024. Marx traveled to Haiti with an armed team and an embedded CBN news correspondent named Chuck Holton. He met personally with Cherizier inside his stronghold. He then traveled to meet Lanmo Sanju, leader of the 400 Mawozo gang. The organization indicted in U.S. federal court for the October 2021 kidnapping of 17 Christian missionaries in Haiti, including 5 children. One as young as 8 months old, held at gunpoint for 61 days. The 400 Mawozo gang controls the primary documented arms smuggling route into Haiti. Sanju's predecessor pleaded guilty to gun smuggling conspiracy in U.S. federal court in 2024. Stop and think about what you're looking at. Victor Marx, who presents himself to donors and national media as a protector of Christian missionaries and children, sat across from the man who kidnapped Christian missionaries and an 8-month-old child. He then sat across from the leader of an organization that controls the arms smuggling into Haiti in the same trip. Now remember what Marx told Corby Hall weeks before this trip. He wanted to get 50 rifles to drop off in Haiti to go kill Jimmy Barbecue. You do not drop off rifles to kill someone. You drop off rifles to leave them with someone. 50 rifles dropped off and left behind with no accountability and chain of custody is not an assassination plan. It is weapons delivery. And according to the only public account of that trip, written by...
Not this.
I know, it's not this, it's that. Written by Chuck Holton, who subsequently received a personally engraved weapon from All Things Possible Ministries, Cherizier personally invited Marx into his stronghold. Gang leaders at Cherizier's level do not extend personal invitations out of spiritual curiosity. They extend them because something...
what they do extend them out of.
Okay.
Here we go.
Something is being exchanged. He went to Haiti. He met both men. He came back. Blah, blah, blah. The sniper rifle is still missing. I feel like Candace was kind of hinting at, like, that's what killed Charlie. The 1,000-yard sniper rifle. You know, that's like, it'll never be found.
The Skull Games thing does sound a little bit sus. It seems like they basically just, like, you know... They use like sophisticated surveillance tools or just use like basic like normal OSINT things. Like they go through like escort ads to try to find like people who are trafficked. But like, you know, sometimes I guess these people are not like trafficked really. They're like just, you know, sex workers. And then I guess I don't know. I guess I try to save them through probably Christianity, I'd assume. Like,
right. Well, it says down
yeah.
here, this is pretty sus, that I guess in February 2025, 90 days after Marx allegedly met with Jimmy Barbecue in Port-au-Prince, All Things Possible Ministries placed a $26,000 weapons order with Fold AR. Multiple weapons engraved ATPM Haiti team, individually assigned by name to specific people. So there's a name of people that are probably like, I don't know, employees or whatever. But then there's like famous people that have come up, like Daniel Horner, the 14-time US PSA multi-gun national champion, former U.S. Army marksmanship unit shooter, and Team Sig Sauer's most decorated professional competitive shooter. He got a weapon. Byron Rogers. Yeah, I think the documentary might have mentioned that like this there was some Sig Sauer shooter that partnered with Victor Marx. That might be him. Byron Rogers, professional executive protection operator, Marine Corps vet, founder of the League of Executive Protection Specialists, long documented public relationship with Victor Marx. Charles Yandall, Marx's own COO. Chuck Holton, the journalist that wrote a glowing article about his humanitarian work in Haiti, got an engraved gun with his name on it. And Dave Eubanks of the Free Burma Rangers got a special gun. And then actually, this is crazy. He brought it up in the debate where he's like, if you think I'm lying, go talk to Mark Geist 13 hours. Ask him if I'm lying. He's very good friends with one of the Benghazi survivors, Oz, Mark Geist, former CIA security contractor and co-author of the book that became the Michael Bay movie, whatever. And he's from Colorado. He's a native there. Former deputy sheriff in Teller County. Former chief of police in Fuller, Colorado. One of the most recognizable names in American conservative military circles. Paid token badass by Victor Marx campaign $3,500 a month. Rumor has it he's demanded double because of the glaring security that has been placed on what is quickly resulting in a bad decision. Yeah, his name is also on an engraved pistol. They're not random people. These are some of the most well-known names in the American tactical firearms and special ops community, and every single one of them was assigned by an engraved weapon by a Christian nonprofit 90 days after its founder met personally with the most wanted man in the Caribbean. So Corby Hall, as we said, said no to the 50 rifle order for Haiti. He said no to leaving the sniper rifle if it was going to be used to kill a random person scaling a fence. So then Marx, I guess, reframed these things as gifts, not rifles for Haiti, but just engraved gifts, thank yous for a mission most of them were not involved with, etc. In 2023, it notes, a former U.S. Marine was sentenced to 63 months in federal prison for illegally exporting firearms to Haiti. What All Things Possible Ministries intended to do with the named, engraved, individually assigned Haiti team weapons order is a question only federal investigators with authority over shipping records can answer. Then April 2025 is when Corby went up to Colorado Springs to their center, and they were wearing bulletproof vests for a weird reason. They tried to do another retooling prayer on Corby, but he refused. And they spent 3 days there, and 3 days on the Marx property followed. End times prophecy, underground bunkers being built in the distance while they talked, marriage, salvation, the future of Fold AR. Marx told Corby his accountants had valued Fold AR at $2 million. Corby had valued it at $20 million. Marx offered to buy 51%. He told Corby Sig Sauer was interested. He told Corby that Daniel Horner, just mentioned, world champion competitive shooter, had tested the weapon and given the thumbs up. Classic Vaughn Victor Marx Kennedy Marx. I know people, even though not one of these people has ever publicly mentioned him. They went for a walk around the track while workers built the bunker off in the distance. Then here is the big one. Yeah, he told Corby the IDF needed his guns. Corby responded that Israel had 3,700 schools, and an SRO mission made sense. Marx turned to face him. No, they need 50,000 guns for operations in Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria. Interesting, right? Like, that's a pretty heavy order for a guy that ostensibly just did 2 years in the Marines and was like a Christian missionary, right? That he's really brokering some big shit. Then he said, also, yeah, like basically, I think he wasn't really reacting to this like positively when he told him, I need you to give 50,000, guns for the IDF. And then allegedly Corby says that Marx told his bodyguard to like step back and like walk away for a second, and then he leaned in and said, do you know I could whoop your ass right here and there's nothing you could do about it, and like stared at him threateningly. And I don't know, but then he didn't end up beating his ass, and then he finally said, that's why I'm never going to engage in scripture with you.
Engage in scripture with you.
He's like, you're a pig, like you're not enlightened enough to even save, blah blah blah. Yeah, this guy, oof. Yeah, so he's building like doomsday bunkers on his training center. He's ranting about the Seven Mountains Mandate and how there's like civil war coming to America and the end times are like going to happen. And he loves Israel. He needs to give Israel 50,000 ARs. Like, yeah, this guy's an absolute freak. Now, in terms of, throughout the rest of the year, he starts to do kind of like Scientology bullshit to Corby, I guess, after that throughout 2025, where he's like texting Corby's wife and saying that Corby had a demonic attachment and that like he's being violent and like actually you should worry about him, and like a bunch of like weird stuff was happened, and he was like trying to drive a wedge between them. But then this is interesting. September 10th, 2025, Corby Hall received an email from Allison Waring, Firearms Program Specialist, Bureau of ATF, National Services Center, a firearms trace request. The identifier included a model designation consistent with a fold AR. The field marked multi is consistent with multiple weapons being traced simultaneously, consistent with the theft in which both a fold AR and a Sig Sauer were stolen together. I guess there was a theft after after the kind of the falling out with them a little bit, I think. Yeah, I think what it was, I think July 2024, there was a sheriff's deputy who bought a fold AR, and then they stopped at a gas station, and they went inside, and the window was down, and somebody stole the fold AR, and it was never found. And so I guess like that, there was like one of Corby's guns that vanished like into the void, serial number 02735. And then on the day Charlie Kirk was assassinated, an ATF officer called Corby Hall and asked for like information, I think about that fold AR that was stolen in that incident. It says here, it was the only ATF trace request fold AR had received in the preceding 9 months. The ATF does not send trace requests randomly. The trace request means a specific weapon was recovered at a crime scene, found in connection with a criminal investigation, or identified as relevant to an active federal inquiry. That same afternoon, Charlie Kirk was assassinated at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. That same afternoon, 2 minutes before Charlie Kirk was assassinated, a 16-year-old opened fire at Evergreen High School in my town, Evergreen, Colorado, where I live, critically injuring 2 students before killing himself. The school had no dedicated SRO. Parents had raised that concern the day before the shooting. Victor Marx had publicly committed on national television 14 months earlier to arming every SRO in America. He told Corby in April 2025 those weapons were going to the IDF instead. No, this is a very Candace-pilled. This is like betrayed our children for Israel. No, like there should have been a gun in every school.
Exactly.
Yeah. This is interesting.
Wow.
Victor Marx has never publicly acknowledged Evergreen High School. Within 48 hours of Charlie Kirk's assassination, Marx was physically alongside Erica Kirk. He posted a photograph consoling her and captioned it, "This hug and holding her is from all of you." Within 24 hours, he was teasing a gubernatorial run. Within days, he had Kirk's name across his nascent campaign. The man who fabricated a mentorship with with Charlie Kirk during Kirk's lifetime used Kirk's widow and Kirk's death as the launching pad for his political career. In his formal written statement, Corby Hall addresses the ATF trace directly. In his opinion, the trace is not evidence of a Fold AR weapon's involvement in the Kirk shooting. He notes, however, that the Fold AR is the only rifle that can reasonably be used for such an act under the presently known circumstances, given its extreme concealability and full ballistic performance at distance. A person carrying it in a
This is like weird. It's like also an ad, kind of like
it is kind of like
is,
it's the only one that can do it.
It's the
Everyone
only one
wants
that could
one.
possibly have killed.
You're
Charlie
right.
Kirk.
I do wonder if are his sales going to go up 500% after
Yeah.
his media cycle. You do wonder.
Yeah.
A person carrying it in a standard backpack would be indistinguishable from any other person on a university campus. He makes no claim his weapon was used. He makes no claim that Marx was involved. He presents the facts and let them stand. I'm doing the same. So I guess March 9th, 2026, a local technician discovered a GPS tracking device on Corby Hall's vehicle. Based on the tracking data, the device had been placed in Colorado during or after October 2024, during the window of his visits to Marx's Colorado Springs property. Local authorities subpoenaed the device manufacturer for full tracking details. Marx refused to respond when Corby asked him about it directly. As of April 4th, no direct evidence is formally established who placed it. March 28th, Corby Hall sent me a text message, quote, from Corby. "This is what I know. A man who built a humanitarian nonprofit on a fabricated identity, who learned from a convicted drug smuggler how to move things across borders undercover, who spent 18 months cultivating a weapons manufacturer, who asked that manufacturer for 50 rifles to leave with a sanctioned terrorist, who persuaded the same manufacturer to build and deliver a custom 1,000-yard sniper rifle to his private compound before flying to Haiti to meet that terrorist, who placed a $26,000 weapons order with individually engraved Haiti team weapons, who physically threatened the manufacturer on his own property when he refused to manufacture and deliver 50,000 weapons for active military operations in Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria, who tracked him with a GPS device, who used the spiritual authority he manufactured over a marriage to threaten that marriage when the husband said no, had an extensive documented 18-month relationship with the man whose company manufactured a rifle that was in unknown hands for 14 months, and the ATF traced that rifle on the morning Charlie Kirk was murdered." Wow. In 1972, the people who dismissed Watergate as a third-rate burglary were wrong.
I don't know if AI you should be able to prompt AI to create these kind of things. But all right, I guess yeah.
Well, they're plugging in. Presumably, that's a real text message from Corby Hall. Who himself was kind of using AI, but it's crazy that this guy is governor nominee, given all of this fucking shady bullshit that he's up to. And I mean, yeah, as far as the Charlie Kirk thing, it is a little spooky that there was a weapons trace on the same day. I don't know if it was was it after Charlie Kirk was shot that the weapons request went through?
I really don't know. I mean, again, I feel you can only, I mean, maybe.
There's a Dracularity to it. I mean, I think the Haiti stuff, and then whatever he was doing in Iraq and Syria, and his collabs with Dave Eubank, all these other things, and the overall, this wing of the kind of New Apostolic Reformation, super, Christian supremacist, but also loves Israel. This guy's a major Zionist, and they're the worst, end times, psycho grifters. And I think it is interesting that his stepfather was running a sophisticated, high-level the guy who was allegedly a former Phoenix veteran was running this high-level drug trafficking operation in the 90s that some of the siblings of Victor Marx were intimately involved in, and then he does coincidentally just become a traveling missionary man who then also was later trafficking guns and it seemed
but
the idea
have,
that
real proof of that those things about his father.
Well, let me go back to his the federal prosecution against his father. Let me see. I do know it's been, well, I think he even mentioned it in his interview with Candace, obliquely. They put his federal.
But
let me see.
Yeah, but that's
Well, you
not
mentioned like my
reliable either.
family got involved in some things and like got put away for moving some stuff in the 90s. Like he kind of mentions that
Well, yeah, but that's different from like, him being like involved in this massive like Phoenix program associated drug smuggling operation.
Well, I mean, like, I just meant that he claimed to have that background, and then like a couple decades later, he was doing massive drug trafficking. I don't mean like it was like a part of being in the military actively, or even like let me see.
Yeah, I mean, he may well have been a drug dealer. Maybe even on a significant scale.
Convicted of conspiracy to import. There should be an ability to look up Gloystein Kennedy if they are still alive and they are in prison. There's a lot of hits from Victor Marx drug smuggling family, but they claim to have the Federal Bureau of Prisons number, whatever. But yeah, 015230043. Federal prisoner lookup. Let's see if it is. Inmate locator. Yeah, okay, number, let's see. Gloystein Kennedy. All right, I'm on the official BOP.gov. Gloystein Kennedy, register number 01523-043. Age 93, race white, sex male. Not in BOP custody as of 6/28/1993. Interesting. Not in BOP custody? Like he is.
It seems like he's in his 90s, so maybe they sent him to like, I don't know.
But 1993 was around the time I think he got like arrested. Like not when, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like, so it does call or email, send money, visit, voice a concern, send money. Interesting. Call or email. What happens when you do that? Oh, it's a collect call.
Well, maybe they mean, he was arrested and maybe he was like, oh, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, but he is a guy and his half siblings have the name Kennedy, and one of them also went to jail for this. So I assume that is like real. I think what it is like the way he tells it, this guy was his stepdad for a couple years, and there were 2 kids that he had with his mom, and then he did the horrible things like made him shoot a guy when he was 7. But then I think maybe around the time he was like, they ran away from him, and then she remarried like 2 more people after that. Like, so maybe by the time he was like 10, it's like, oh, well, this evil stepdad was completely out of my life after I was 10 because we all ran away from him. He's a sicko, whatever. Right. But then you find that he actually seems to have stayed in their life, at least the lives of his half siblings to some extent, and even I think maybe even his full blood sibling, like his brother Mike. And at least one of them was like intimately involved in his drug operation that he was running in the early 90s, like an international, a drug smuggling network in the Caribbean. It's a real like, Barry Seal, Iran Contra vibes with mixed with kind of, I don't know, Cajun Dixie Mafia, and then when you add like his own father's like coming back into his life, and he's like a reformed pimp, Cajun mafioso that killed people also, who's a martial arts expert, and then kind of became like his buddy guy. He was like in his documentary and still seems like a dirtbag, but claims to have been saved by, Christ and whatever. And you get a sense of like a sleazy, like crime family or something, and this guy has like built himself up into being like a Christian slop influencer who is actually running guns and shit on behalf of like right-wing Dominionist like shadowy forces that want to use people like this, because there's so much and the Fuller Theological Seminary, all that version of like Christian imperialism, like neo-crusaderism kind of. I wouldn't be shocked if Pete Hegseth is on this tip. With all
it
his
sounds
tattoos.
like someone who Pete Hegseth would get along with like pretty well. Seems to have like a very similar sensibility about the world, but yeah. I mean, like it's definitely a sus individual, and definitely like it's. I mean, it's interesting because it seems like this guy's obviously a con artist, and obviously like he's like sus as hell and like involved in some like criminal stuff. It's just like hard to figure out like what's what, because part of it is like a function of like his own, like a lot of the information that we have is like from his own lies or his own statements, and like there is this kind of like duality where the very things that like make him seem cool one year, the next year it's like, oh wait, actually, like that, like
that's why he just drops it. He won't talk about like fighting ISIS in like the regular news interview. They asked him like, what name some of the countries you like went deployed to and like help people, and he's like, got a book.
Yeah.
What did I say? And he's like, I don't really like remember things like, I don't really keep things like that in my memory. And it's like, bro, shut the fuck up. Like, what countries you went to. Like, why are you doing this? Like, it's like, oh, well, I'm not even gonna bring that up because that could be a thing. And,
and also probably like, a lot of it is false. Like, I get the impression that a lot of it is false.
He does have the pics to prove that he was in Israel.
Like, gotcha.
He was in Israel handing out teddy bears after October 7th, and there's pics of him in Iraq.
Yeah,
so like he was there.
He definitely was there. I mean, that would it would be a much bigger scam, and people would definitely like put that together. If he had never been there. But it's like things like, he counts those stuffed animal like distributions as like rescues of girls and things like that. And obviously. Like, there's a lot you can exaggerate about what a badass you are.
Yeah.
And like I was saying, like the things that make you seem cool in like 2022 and 2023 are suddenly like, this guy like is
that's cringe,
like to the same audience, it's like, oh, I'm saving Israel, like I got, I helped get the IDF 5 million like foldable guns, like 1 year later it's like,
yeah, he
didn't
killed
really Charlie Kirk.
Right. He didn't really bring up his love of Israel too much. Like, even though he's posting about it nonstop, like he was kind of low key about it.
This guy kind of gives me the vibe of like a narcissist, like someone who actually like doesn't actually like love anything other than himself. Yeah. Similar to Plattner.
Yeah, he wants to be a big dog. Dog. But yeah, it would be interesting to circle back around to 7M, the Seven Mountain Mandate one day, because it's like it is a kind of very creepy strategy of like subversion and like a fifth column that I feel like this administration right now and the state that America's in, like if there was ever a time for them to kind of make their move on the institutions and really try, this might be like a one little part of it. They might be trying to kick it off now, and like these are some freaks. These are,
I hate to say it, but I really like I think it really depends like who the Democrats run, because like I have a feeling I have a concern that they might like get at least another 4 years, because if like AOC happens, I think like not to I'm not saying that like that's why we needed to run Platinum, like that's the opposite of what I'm saying.
I know what you mean.
But like
she's gonna bumble it and waffle.
Like she just I don't think that she could pull it off. Like and like also I just feel like it would, even if she did win, like that would be a whole other problem.
Right.
But
she'd be a social imperialist.
Yeah, she is. Like, and I just feel there's
all right, well, yeah, I guess we can leave it there for now, but watch out for Victor Marx, like people are things are getting the sloppulism is truly raging all over this country, and
it definitely is. Yes,
he probably won't win, but nonetheless, we gotta be on guard about these weird sickos and people with like narcissistic personality disorder, like just stepping up to be like, oh, I want to be powerful, like
that is one of the one of the things that does it. I mean, you gotta kind of be if you seek like political power, like I don't know, it's strange.
Right now in this system that is there, where it's it's something more specific than political power, because you don't really have like power. You become
it's a strange mentality.
Executor
I guess I understand
it
in a way. But I feel like to like want to be like like you can like one can I get it, but like on the other hand, like I don't know, I also don't get it at all. Like I feel it's very strange to me, like that like kind of impulse, and it it makes sense that it attracts the people that it does.
I think there are a lot of grifters and looters that are trying to break in and like sell off everything that isn't nailed down right now out of the institutions, and certainly that seems to be the dominant like MAGA impulse of just like fuck it, why does anything exist? Let's just
why does anything exist?
Let's just like destroy our country. I don't know. It's weird. It's very weird that that was like 40% of like Republican voters were like, this guy rocks. Like, but that's where it's at, I guess. But yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. Like when with the sort of the grievances and like the sort of I mean the slopulism. Like that's kind of the thing about it is that like, the world is difficult, the problems of the world are difficult, and life is difficult, and the seduction of like simplicity and like just slop is very powerful, it is.
It is. But we'll be back on Monday on patreon.com/subliminal jihad with resumption of a series that we haven't done in a minute, but we're kicking back on. So coming out with us there. But until next time, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.